Yeah, let's proceed.
What you this phone so call me Kenneth on photo?
No, I'm not king.
No objection in taking a prescribed oath, my lord. Uyafunga ke ukuthi ubufakazi ozokuthola la nkantolo kuba iqiniso iqiniso liphelele iqiniso lodwa uma ngabe kunjalo phakamise sokudla isandla inkosi ngisize ngikhuluma iqiniso oath taken my lord.
Thank you.
The court pleases, my lord. Mr. Madlala, do you know the deceased in this matter, Mr. Senzo Meyiwa?
Babu Madlala yamazi umufikile licala ubabu Senzo Meyiwa. Yes, I know him.
Can you just briefly explain to the court how you know the deceased?
Ungakwazi ukuthi usicacisele ukuthi umazi kanjani ke umufi?
Yebo, Senzo sikhule nawo umngani wami omkhulu.
We grew up together. He was my best friend.
Safunda esikoleni esisodwa.
And we went to the same school.
Sadlala ibhola sidlala team e1 London Cosmos.
And we played for the same soccer team, London Cosmos.
And where did you grow up together?
Na khona nonke kuphi?
Sikhulele eMlazi.
In Mlazi.
And do you know where the soccer career of the deceased took him to?
Uyakwazi ukuthi mhlawumbe ke ukudlala kwakhe ibhola kwamthatha kwambeka kuphi?
Yebo, ugcine esedlala eOrlando Pirates.
He eventually played for Orlando Pirates.
In what position?
Ubedlala yiphi position?
Goalkeeper.
He was a goalkeeper.
Do you know where the deceased lived in Johannesburg?
Uyakwazi ukuthi behlala kuphi la eGoli?
Yebo, qale wahlala eBarclay, wasehlala eMalbathi.
He started off by staying in Baklu, then he went on to stay in Malbaton.
And did you often pay him visits at these places where he stayed?
Yebo, ngimvakashela.
Yes, I used to go visit him.
And besides for Orlando Pirates team, did he play for any other team?
Ngaphandle kwe-Orlando Pirates ngabe khona i-team ake wayidlalela phambili?
Ezingeni elikhulu cha.
Not in the big league, no.
But for instance, the national team.
Say that he was a national goalkeeper of South Africa.
National team. Do you know if he played for the national team?
Yeah, we say captain we Bafana Bafana.
He was now the captain at the Bafana Bafana team, soccer team.
Now, on the 25th of October 2014, did the deceased, your friend, make contact with you?
Nge 25 October 2014, umufi umngani wakho uye waxhumana nawe.
Yawangifonela ntambama nje.
He phone called me in the afternoon, yes.
Yes, and what was the purpose of that phone call?
Isizathu ke sokuthi akufonele ngenhloso.
Bekuwukuthi sizoya ephathini. Wangifonela ngize sizoya ephathini yakamamuthi lisisani.
He phone called me and invited me to a party that is Mahamuta's party that would be hosted in Sunning Hill.
And at that stage, on the 25th of October 2014, where were you?
When ukuphi ke ngaleso sikhathi 25 October 2014?
Bengisendlini ekhaya eMlazi.
I was at home in Mlazi.
Yes, what happened further?
Kwase kwenzakalani? Kuya phambili.
Angifonele umwakhe, angifonele ngitshela ukuthi ephathini then ngamtshela ukuthi angeke ngikwazi ukuthi ngihambe ngize khona namhlanje because bese kulate.
Now, he phone called me indicating to me that we'll be going to the party. I then replied by saying that It is not going to be possible for me because it is already late.
Wafuna okwesibili sengibuza ukuthi sengitholile i-message efuna ngathi cha ngakayitholi.
He then phone called me for the second time, inquiring from me as to whether have I already received the message. And I said that no, I haven't received the message as yet.
So wasetha ngivale.
What message was he referring to?
Obekhuluma ngamuphi umlayezo kanye i-message?
Angithi bezongifakela imali ukuthi ngiyiwe ngiyekele.
He was going to deposit me some money so that I can then be able to go to the place where I was invited to.
Yes.
So ngamtshela ukuthi message ayangeni wasethi hayi awuvale ke ngizobuye ngibuyele kuwena.
I then explained to him, I said that the message, I haven't received the message as yet. He then said that I should hang up the phone and then he will come back to me a little later.
Did he then come back to you?
Waphinde wabuyela kuwena.
Engakabuyeli back yangeni message kimi.
Before he could come back to me, I then received a message.
Yes. And what was the effect of that message?
Manje ke lo mlayezo ke wenzani?
Kwakuyinamba zemali ziyaninzi kwakuyinamba la ngizokhipha khona imali ne because wayengifakele 500 yeah 500 if I'm not mistaken now.
There were numbers of digits that had to do with the withdrawal of the money. He has already deposited, in fact he had deposited 500 rands to me, or he had sent me 500 rands to me.
But ayifakanga uye imali.
But it wasn't him. The money was not deposited by himself.
Yes. Who deposited the money?
Yeah, okay.
It was Kelly that deposited the money.
Kelly who?
Kelly Kumalo.
Did you know her at that stage?
Yeah, there's a mass.
I knew her at that stage.
As who?
Njengomuntu othandana noSenzo.
As a person that was in a love relationship with Senzo.
Yes. Now, after receiving this deposit of 500 rand, what did you do?
Mawuthola le deposit 500 rand wase wenzani-ke?
Ngavuka ekuseni ukuthi ngakasho umfana wasekhaya.
I woke up in the morning accompanied by my brother, my little brother,
My elder brother.
Yeah.
Oh, on which date? On which date is this now?
8:80.
On the 26th.
It was on the 26th.
On the Sunday.
It was on a Sunday.
Yes. You don't need to go into details about what happened. Did you then travel to Johannesburg?
Wase uyaya-ke eGoli?
Ngafika e-Durban station amabhasi engekho asekuseni.
Now I got to the Durban station and there were no buses in the morning.
Yes.
So kwakhona umunye usisi shoot khona lapha Durban station wayefuna abantu abahamba imoto encane efuna abantu abaya eGoli.
Now there was one lady right there in the vicinity of the Durban station who was looking for people that would be traveling to Joburg or to Gauteng. She was driving a smaller vehicle.
Yeah. Wayamba nge-Hyundai i30.
I think it was Hyundai i30 that she was driving.
Yes. Did you then travel with the lady?
Wasohamba naye.
Yeah, but ngaqale ngaba nokuthiwa because umuntu engingamazi. Until kuze kufika abanye abantu ke-approach abanye abantu.
Okay.
Let's way la ngaya khona kuye-ke nami-ke kusagibela sahamba naye.
Initially, I was a bit concerned or frightened because I was the only person. She comes and she says that she needs people that she can go with. So I was a bit skeptical initially to can go with her until such time that there were other people that were going to go together with her, travel together with her. Then I also went to her.
Yes.
Sahamba nalosi ngamcela ukuthi angisize because la ngangiyakhona senza athi angehle khona wathi angehle kwi-off ramp spread view.
Now I explained to this lady and I said to her that she should assist me because Senzo had said to me that the spot where I should be alighting the vehicle, it is the off-ramp, the straight view off-ramp.
So mangifika lapho kuyo-frame ngahlika, then mangihlika lo siswangibeka nje kuyo-frame la ngahlika ngahamba ngey'nyawo for distance enyana ngafika erobotini because Senzo wayethe uzongithola erobotini.
Now, she actually offloaded me at that off-ramp, that is the straight view off-ramp, and I walked a little distance to the robots because Senzo had indicated that he was going to find me at the robots.
Just a minute. And what time were you dropped off at the spread view off ramp?
Where she's on Baniskat on the Lapanaglia off-ramp, just a straight view.
Noma ngenayo ishow yaso isikhathi but bese kuntambama babo. Ngoma 5 or past 5 lapho nje but anginayo show isikhathi but bese koma 5 I think.
I'm not really sure about the time. It was in the afternoon, late in the afternoon, around 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
And what was the state of your health at that stage regarding your feet?
Ngaleso sikhathi ke ubunjani ke emzimbeni ukuphila kwakho mayelana ke nemilenze yakho kanye ilokho njani einyawo zakho.
Bengihamba ngama crutches ngaleso sikhathi.
During that time I was using crutches to walk.
Yes, what was wrong?
Inking bekuphi?
Bengilimele emnweni lo onyawo lo mkhulu ubhoso ngabeka kanjani yeah.
I had sustained an injury on a big toe.
Yes, you may proceed.
Mangifika lapha erobotini angimanga isikhathi esiningi.
When I got to the robot, I didn't wait for a long time there.
Then ngabona imoto iqhamuka ke X6 yakho Senzo.
Then I saw the vehicle appearing right there at the spot where I was. And I should indicate to the court that he's just pointed in front of him with his index finger. When he says that, then I saw the vehicle.
La ngihla khona ngathi kwi T junction, I mean kwi Spambane. So baqhamuka left side le beza kanje mina ngimile.
So they were actually oncoming because where I had waited for him, it was an intersection. A four-way kind of an intersection, so they came from an opposite direction.
Yes. What type of vehicle can it just be placed on record?
Yeah, uyamba ngi X6 BMW.
He was driving an X6 BMW.
Yes.
Mabefika ke bebe 4 emotweni.
Upon their arrival, there were 4 inside of the vehicle.
Beku Senzo driver.
It was Senzo that was driving,
Bese kuba uKelly eceleni kwakhe.
and it was Kelly on the passenger seat that is next to him.
Then ngemuva kube uZandi noMthoko.
The seat behind, or at the back seat, it was Zandi and Mtogo.
You've already mentioned that you knew Miss Kelly Kumalo. Did you know Zandi at that stage?
Ubususushilo-ke ukuthi uKelly Khumalo ubumazi. Kanti uZandi Khumalo yena ubumazi?
Yeah, bengimazi ukuthi sikaze like sihlangane but bengimazi yena.
I knew her even though we had never met, but I knew her.
And Mtogo?
Umtogo yena?
Yeah, uMthoko ngiyamazi le. uMthoko ngimazi ngoSenzo in fact because mina noSenzo sazana ekudala then makamba isikhathi uSenzo athandana noMandisa then ke kwayimasazi uMthoko.
I knew Mtogo through Senzo because we had befriended each other for quite some time, myself and Senzo. And then when Senzo got into a relationship with Mandisa, that is how the eventuality of knowing Mtogo came to be.
So bese fana umngani wami ngisho kanjalo na bese umngani wami. Yeah.
Now Mtogo, I might as well say that he was my friend. He was like my friend.
What is his surname? Can you just place it on record?
Surname ka Mtogo?
Mthokozi Sithwala.
Mthokozi Sithwala.
Yes, may proceed.
Ungaqhubeka.
From lapho ke mabe ngithatha sadlula kwenye indawo kuthiwa kwaQwembu ayibhala uQwembu because nganothisa leyo nto ayibhala uQwembu.
Naya khona kuleyo ndawo.
Yeah.
They took me from that spot, and then we proceeded to a place that was written Kwembu.
Indawo ethengisa utshwala.
It's a place that is selling liquor.
Yes.
Masifika lapha because usenze ngikhumbula wayevula la echeck imali wathola ukuthi akanayo imali ne la emotweni wathola ukuthi akanayo imali.
When we got there, I remember that Senzo actually opened, and the witness is demonstrating sort of on the armrest.
Yes. Yes.
He opened and he realized that he doesn't have the money.
So uZando wabuza usenze ukuthi akekho umuntu onemali ecash la uzomnyaka because bengenayo imali ecash. uZando awufarisha ku wakhipha imali 400 200 laba uthiwa babo 400 yeah.
Senzo yena ubuzala.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then uZando awufarisha 400.
Now, Senzo then inquired from within the vehicle, from the occupants who were inside of the car, isn't there any person here that's got a cash in their possession? And then Zandi was the one to offer a 400 rands cash.
Then I think uSenzo wayefuna ukuphuma emotweni ayo uthenga ngaphakathi athi okay la angaphuma uSenzo because bazobe bemfuna imali ngaphakathi.
Now, I think the intention of Senzo was to alight the vehicle and go by himself, to go and buy inside of that place. Then Kelly said that, no.
Yes.
You shouldn't go.
It's fine. Did you then buy the drinks?
Yeah, kwangena umthobo no Zandi bayothenga.
Togo and Zandi went inside to go and buy.
Yes, you may proceed.
Ungaqhubeka.
Okay, then sasuka lapho saya komunye umuzi because bengakawazi ngalesi sikhathi oyi-face brick.
We then took her from there, went to another house. At that time, I didn't know that house. I wasn't familiar with that house. It was a face brick house that we went to.
Safisa pa because umuzi wakhona awuna gate, unesikhala segate but alikho igate. Ubiyeliyo but alikho igate.
Now, we got to that house. There is only a hedge, not the barring of the gates. There is an opening for the gate, but the barring is not there.
We'll show you photo 2 of exhibit 2. If you can use that photo to illustrate your evidence. We'll come right. It just come on.
Yeah, ikhona khona la.
Well, this is the very place that I'm referring to. A light has been shown on the photo at that house.
Yes.
Photo number 2, a light has been shown right onto the house.
Right, you may proceed. What happened upon your arrival at that house?
Kwenzakalani ke masenifika khona laphana kuleya ndlu?
Masifika safike sathola uma wakhona endlini yaphethe umntwana.
When we got into the house, we found the mother inside of the house, and she was carrying the child.
Yes.
After leto sabingelela ke wasenzela ukudla.
We greeted, and she prepared some meal for us.
And where did you go to in the house?
Waya kuphi okanye naya kuphi ngapha ngasendlini?
besihleli dining.
A dining room.
Yeah.
We're
besihleli
sitting.
dining.
We're sitting in the dining room.
We're just going to show you photos. If you can just illustrate the photos to show, to indicate where you were seated. Photo 59 of Exhibit D.
Yeah, ngibonakala.
It is depicted in this picture.
Yeah.
There was photo 57 where he said that it is visible.
Yeah, silapha.
Okay, now 59. Okay.
Mina bengihleli la ngathi khona into epink khona ngala ekuqaleni.
You see where there is a pink item there, that would be the first seat of that couch.
Then
That
as-
is where I was seated.
Is it closer to the TV stand?
Yes.
That is correct.
Yes.
Then next to me ngala ka right la. Bekuhleli umthoko.
Now, on the middle seat of the couch, Mtogo was seated there.
Yes.
Then eceleni kwamthoko ngala bekuhleli uSenzo ngala eceleni kwamthoko.
Now, next to Mtogo, on the far right of the couch, it was Senzo that was seated there.
Yes, we can maybe go to photo 56, which is a bigger version of photo 51. Photo 58. 58.
Then la bekuhleli uSenzo.
A light has been shown on the
Eceleni
very,
kwakhe la kuhleli uKheli.
okay. A light has been shown on the first seat of the couch. That looks like a couch that is separable. It was Senzo sort of in the middle, and the very end of that couch, the very first seat of the couch, it was Kelly that was seated there.
And if photo 64 can be shown to you. Yes.
La eqaleni opposite nami bekuhleli umaka Kheli.
Now, at that first seat of the couch, which was the person that was sitting there, was seated opposite to myself, from where I had seated. It was Kelly's mother that was seated there.
In other words, we're in relation to the TV stand.
Shuti-ke,
I-TV stand bika right kwakhe makhe because behleli opposite nami la masofa ayi-2 abhekene kanje.
Now, these two couches are actually situated opposite to one another, or positioned opposite to one another. Now, the TV stand was on her right. It was on her right-hand side, because she had directly sat opposite to me.
Yes.
Then next to yena umaka Kheli bekuhleli uZandi la.
Now, next to Kelly's mother, there is the middle, the light has been shown on the middle
Yes.
seat of the couch. That was Zandi. Zandi was seated there.
Yes. You may proceed to say a meal was served, and then what happened?
So-ke, ukudla, nanikeza ukudla.
Then emva kwalokho kunalomfana wafika lapha khona.
Thereafter, there was a young man that came right there at that house.
Yes.
Mfana kaChico because nami ngezwa ngoSenzo.
Now, this is Chico's son. I actually heard it from Senzo.
Yes, the surname.
He is
Wakathwala.
also Twala. Sorry, he's Twala.
Yes.
Should naye wa prepare ukudla because ufike after thina sesidlile so uma I think uZande uma wakhe wamenzela ukudla. I think uZande mangasima waphi thina wethu wamenzela ukudla then wadla ke because besiphuza thina.
We had already finished eating at the time that he arrived. And then I should think Zandi, between Zandi and her mother, one of them actually prepared food for him. But during that stage, we were now taking some drinks.
And where was he seated?
Yet we behleleke.
If photo again, photo 64 can be shown.
Mafika hlala la yena iceleni leduze uyitha la.
Now, he came and sat on that first.
Iduze mawungena nje eminyango la right up la.
As you just enter through the door on your right, that first seat of the couch, the corner seat of the couch, next to the heater there, that is where he was seated.
Yes, you may proceed.
Futhi emva kwesikhashana nje I think wasenzo baphuma bayothenga something e-shop because uhamba noKelly.
Now, after a while, I should think Senzo and Kelly went out to go buy something.
Because enye izinto aphathiswa zona I think I'm not sure made lemon because uma wakhe that day wayene-flu.
I think one of the items that he or she was supposed to go and buy there was a mad lemon. If I recall well, the mother on that day had a flu.
Yes.
Should sasahleli emva kwesikhashana because sasibukela ibhola sasibuka igame ye-Manchester ne-Chelsea.
Now, we were seated
Manchester
watching a
United.
soccer match. It was Manchester and Chelsea.
Futhi emva kwesikhashanyana nje kwangena abantu kwangena umuntu oyi-1 wamaphambi exactly
Yes. Just before you get to that,
I'm going to sing again. Good luck, okay?
what time did this person that you described as Chico's Twala's son, what time did he arrive there?
Lo othi bekungani kaChico Twala uye wafika ngobani isikhathi yana mhlawumbe.
angeke ngikuzwazi uqinisekisa isikhathi ke kulokho but wafika nje sesiqedile ukudla siphuza ukuthi bamenzela yena angeke ngibe ne-show isikhathi but bese ku-late bese kutamba amanyana bese ku-late ya.
It was already late, in the evening, late afternoon. I cannot be certain about the time of his arrival because he arrived after we had eaten and were already taking our drinks, and then we were watching the soccer match during that time, and meal was prepared for him. It was reasonably late when he arrived.
And did you have any interaction with him?
Ngabe ke kuye kwaba nokuxoxisana okanye phakathi kwakho naye?
Angimkhumbuli ngisho ebingelela lapha kuthina edayinini angimkhumbuli ngisho esibingelela.
I don't even remember him greeting us while we were seated in the dining room.
And did you at any stage leave the sitting room?
Ngabe uye waphuma kule sitting room lena kube nesikhathi mhlawumbe? Ndawo yowaphuma khona kule sitting room.
Yeah, sikhontikada ngaphuma nomthoko in fact.
Yes, there was a stage where we left the sitting room. In an actual fact, myself and Togo left or I left together with Togo from the sitting room.
Yes, to do what?
Ukuyokwenzani?
Angithi mina ngumuntu obuyabhema so bengiyobhema ugwayi.
Well, I am a smoker, so I had gone to smoke.
Yes, where did you go to smoke?
Waya kuphi ke ukuyobhema?
Mawuphuma ngegate nje kwa left. Mawuphuma ngegate nje kwa left kunesigubha ngathi isigubhu sagesi eduze kwaleso sigubhu sagesi leso.
When you exit the yard and you take your left, your immediate left, there's just a spot there that looks like an electrical substation there.
We're going to show you photo 1 of exhibit D. If you can just use that photo to illustrate your evidence.
Ngasebenzisa lesi sithombe nje ukuthi usidwebele umfanekiso wobufakazi bakho.
Yeah, ngacha manje lapha between ubonda lo nesigubhu la.
That is the very spot I appeared from, between the hedge there, and as well as that box, that electrical box.
Yes.
Ngabhema ke lapho after that ngachama sabuyela ngaphakathi nomthoko.
I smoked, thereafter I urinated, and myself and Togo went back inside.
And when you were smoking there, were you having any alcoholic drinks?
Uma ubhema ke ubu laphayana kuleso sigubhu. Ngabe ke ubusushaya amponjwana.
No besingaphethe tshwala ngaphuma nje ngikwa utshwala besishe ngaphathi ka siphuzile emakani nje kungaphakathi.
No, we were not in possession of the liquor. We're not in possession of the liquor. We had left the cans inside of the house. As we went to the outside, we were not in possession of that.
Yes, what happened further?
Kwenzakalani emva kalokho?
Sabuyela ngaphakathi so before singene endlini umthoko atesh ngekungena ukugwayi kanje endlini.
We went back inside, but before we could go inside, Mtogo said that you can't go inside of the house while smelling of a cigarette like that or the smoke from what we're smoking.
So la mawungena umnyango wasekitchen nje ungangeni ngaphakathi kunompopo ne-tape nje la ka left umnyango ma-office kune-tape la ka left.
Just next to the kitchen door, before you can access the house, there is a tap close to that door.
Just a minute.
Just on your left.
I'm going to show you photo 6 of exhibit D. If you can just use that photo to illustrate your evidence.
Yeah, sebenzisa leso sithombe.
Isamo nje la.
There's a black spot on the house where the light has been shown by the witness. He says it's somewhere there.
Yes.
Somewhere there.
Yes, what happened there?
Kwenzakalani ke lapho?
Shuthi ngimi kancane ngixubhe khona la empompini ngixubhe umlomo ngiwasha izandla ne.
Now, I stood for a while. I rinsed my mouth and I also washed my hands.
Yes.
Sesisamile kanjalo. Waqhamuka uSenzo.
While we're still standing like that, then appeared Senzo.
He appeared from where?
Wayeqhamuka kuphi?
Angithi thina siyobhema ubebe ngaphakathi ne.
At the time that we had gone to
Phandle la. Somewhere around la.
of the kitchen. I am not too sure whether they had already came back from the shop. But then he was at the door there of the kitchen while we were standing at a particular spot just next to the precast wall there.
After yena sisana isikhuluma nje lapha after yena kwaqhamuka uKhili emva kwakhe ne.
While we were talking like that, then Kelly also came from behind him.
Yes.
So uKhili makaqhamuka wasibuza ukuthi sesiyahamba yini.
She
Sesihamba
appeared.
yini.
Upon her appearance there, she then asked us, "Are we now leaving?"
Yes.
So Senzo wasithi hayi no sesizohamba but asikahambi sesizohamba kodwa.
Senzo said that we are just about to leave.
Yes.
We are not leaving as yet.
Yes.
Then
There was the
Sabuyele-
discussion
Sabuyele-
between Senzo and Kelly. What happened then?
Kwase kwenzakalani ke? Emva kwalokho?
No sabuyela ngaphakathi endlini.
We went back inside of the house.
Just a minute. Now, why did you go back into the house?
Ingani nabuyela ngasendlini.
Angisho uKhili nje bethi sesiyahamba yini. Wayethi nizohamba kanjani ngavalelisanga ne. I think iphephelo ukuthi usenza valelisa endlini then mase siyahamba ke siyephathini.
Now, the reason behind why Kelly was actually asking as to whether are we now leaving, she was implying that are we going to be leaving without having to say goodbye? Now, that was what was expected from Senzo as well, so that he goes inside and say the goodbye.
Yes.
And emva kwalokho ke le toilet kwaqala khona umsindo ke.
So, yeah, just a minute. When you went back into the house, what were the positions that you assumed? Where were you seated?
Yeah,
Ngisaphindile endlini.
Besisahleli kanjalo. Besisahleli kanjalo besihleli.
We're still seated in the same positions, or at the same positions that we had initially occupied.
Yes. Proceed.
Sesisahleli kanjalo. Phela ngesikhathi singana nje sihleli kwaqhamuka umuntu la phambi kwaleli komnyango longelele dining street.
Now, while we were seated like that, after a short while, a person appeared from the door that has got direct access into the dining room.
Just a minute. Yes. Now, before this person appeared, what were you doing there in the house?
Phambi kokuthi avele lo muntu ke, beniloko nenzani endlini?
Engikhumbula ukuthi uKheli wayebuya asukuma ahlale phansi abuya liwa khona nje ukuthi into ayikhulunywa nangamabanja angeke ngiwasho amagama.
Jokes were made. It was a topic about churches, various churches that were being spoken about.
And where was Ms. Kelly Kumalo seated at that stage?
Yena ubehleli kuphi ke?
Or where was she positioned?
Yena ube kuphi ngaleso sikhathi?
Ukuthi uKheli kwesinye isikhathi wayebuya ahlale la phansi inyawo igoqe kanje kwesinye isikhathi ula eceleni kwaSenzo.
Now, sometimes you would sit down and cross her legs, and sometimes you would be sitting next to Senzo.
Ngesinye isikhathi utolamile lapha mula. Exactly la.
Sometimes you would find her standing right at that spot where the light was shown.
So you mentioned that a person appeared in the door that has direct access to the dining room. Can you indicate where that person appeared?
Uthi ke lo muntu wavela nje kulowo mnyango lo owawungena ngilo ngase-dining room.
You can
Uqhamuke
use-
kuphi lo muntu?
Photo 64 to just indicate where the person appeared.
Sizobheka ke i-photo 64 uzokwazi ukusitshengisa khona lo muntu waqhamuka kuphi.
iyo lena
Is this the one?
Yeah. Are you able to show
akuthi
on the
umnyango
photo?
ungala eceleni kweyita la ungenela khona bekamnje la
Lo muntu
kunomnyango
ubeka
la ukuthi akubonakali kahle akunomnyango ungenela edining.
It's just that that particular spot is not properly displayed or depicted here in this picture. This is the door that actually has access into the dining room. And the witness has just pointed on the far right of that picture, next to the heater that is seen there.
Yes. We're going to show you the sketch plan. If you can maybe just indicate on that sketch plan where you saw the person.
The sketch plan in this figure, uzokwazi ukusibonisa
Yeah.
lo muntu wambona echazibona.
awayimla angithi la isekitchen mawungena la ekitchen undlula amakhabethe fridge ume la wayela la nje exactly la.
Yeah, now that is the very spot where this person was standing at. One can see that there's the kitchen door, and then you walk past the cabinets in the kitchen, and as you turn to your right in the sketch plan,
La.
right there at that spot, which looks like a passage, that's where he was.
Yes, we may proceed.
Umuntu wakhona wayephethe isibhamu esandleni esikhombe ngesibhamu
That person was having a firearm in his hand.
efake isigqoko enza ama-dreading.
Ungajahe, ungajahe. And there's a demonstration of the wielded firearm with the hand of the right hand of the witness. Sungaqhubeka ukuthi, ubefake?
efake isigqoko enama-dreading.
He had the dreadlocks on the head and was also wearing a hat.
Because into afika ayifuna wafika wafuna amafoni nemali enamehlo nje.
Now, one thing that he actually wanted was the phones and the money with a wielded firearm and the big eyes, or widened eyes.
Just a minute. Yes. And how did he demand cell phones and money?
Wafuna
Which language was he using?
imali nama-cell phone, ubesebenzisa luphi ulimi?
Noma ngisakhumbula kahle ukuthi wayibeka kanjengani but into engikhumbula wakhuluma isiZulu famafoni nemali into ayifuna.
Even though my wording might not necessarily be correct, but I remember that he demanded phones and the money. He demanded phones and money.
Yes, you may proceed.
Ungaqhubeka?
Eish ukuthi lento yenzeka indlela kwenzeka ngakhona because lo mfana kaChico lo owayehleli la eceleni kwazandi wasuka from usofa la ehleli khona la wasuka la wamphusha lo muntu la.
You see how it happened in that this young man or Chico's son was seated there at the spot where the light was shown on the part of the couch. He went and he pushed and went there and pushed him.
Yeah, wamphusha umemphusha wamphuma ngomnyango.
As he pushed him, he then exited the door. Ubani uphuma ngomnyango?
Yena lo mfana kaChico.
He pushed him, and he, Chico's son, then exited the door.
And just for record purpose, if you say he pushed the person, who are you referring to?
Mawuthi wampusha or lo pushiwe ukhuluma ngobani? Ubani
Yena lo
opushiwe?
fika wasikhomba ngesibhamu lo bekenza ama-dread efake isigqoko.
The very one that came and pointed us with the firearm, the one who had the dreadlocks and he had a hat on the head.
Wazibegqoke nejacket ngathi kwasa desk inyanga ngathi caramel.
Because he was wearing a caramelish jacket in terms of color. Looks like one of these desks here.
Ngalo ngathi desk.
Yes.
So emva kwaloko kwasukuma wonke ngimfana ukuthi nje benza lento nje ngokukhulu ukusheshsha kwasukuma wonke umuntu endlini.
That was a quick move. As he stood up and pushed him, everybody also stood up. Wasukuma wonke umuntu
Yeah.
endlini.
Yes.
Everybody that was in the house then also stood up.
Yes. And umuntu oqale ngimkhumbulayo esukuma because umuntu wabalekela la umuntu wasungena la lomnyango oqala ukheli. Wabaleka wangena la kulomnyango oqala.
Now the first person
Kameleni
to flee, it was Kelly. She ran and got into that bedroom that has been just pointed there at the sketch plan. That first door that is on the right of the sketch plan.
Ngabe sekusukume wonke umuntu. NoSenzo wayesela kuyena lo muntu lo mfishane lo Madrid.
Now, because everybody had stood up now, and they had, gathered onto or at that very spot where that short person with the dreadlocks, short in terms of the height, with the dreadlocks was. Everybody went there and they gathered there. Even Senzo himself was there.
Just a minute. Yes, you may proceed.
So nje sekunalokuphushana la endlini sekusukunyiwe la mina angisukumanga ngaya same time le ubona labantu bephushana la. So that's why mangiqalaza ukuthi lobe ngena la kule camera leli sengibona lo mude ke wesibili lo befake efake I jacket hood.
Now, remember Kelly also went into the bedroom that I had just pointed here on the sketch plan, and I did not immediately stand up when the rest of the people stood up. So there was some pushing now that was happening. There was some tussling which was taking place there at the spot where the first person was. And that's when I noticed the second person who was now wearing a hoodie.
Yes, where did you notice the second person?
Uye wambona ekuphi ngenkathi umbona ngowesibili.
I think lo sibili befuna bethu jaha angazi noma wayethu jaha ukheli or in because nje osenze nje wabelisana nalo no makazandi yebelisana nalo sibhamu lo mfishane sekuqhamuka lo that's why aphushana khona nosenzo waphushana senzo umncikise odongeni ngasesicabheni sekhishi la.
Now, I don't know the second person. Just around that, that's more or less the same spot where the first person who was being tussled against by the rest of the members of the house there. It appears to me that he may have been after Kelly, because remember Kelly went, she actually ran into that bedroom. Then there was also a stage where Senzo had pinned him against the door of the kitchen. That is on the right of the sketch plan there.
Yeah, if you can just tell the court step by step what happened. You see him there more or less where the first person was.
Step by step angisho uyambona laphana la lo oqala ebekhona ngisho. That's correct.
Well, what happens next?
Emva kwalokho kwase kwenzakalani?
Ukuthi yonke into ayenzeka ngokusheshsha. So
You know, everything happened so fast.
ngokusheshsha because angazi ukuthi usenzo wasuka nini kulo wama-Madrid lo
Now,
beshawa
yeah.
mawakheli nokheli nozandi.
I don't know at what stage or what time did Senzo now move away from the first person who was being fought against by the rest of the family members. That is, Kelly's mother, Zandi, everybody that was fighting the first person. I don't know when did he move from that particular spot.
because noKelly naye wayesephumile la ngangibonise la ekitchen ukuthi waphuma nini ebedroom angimazi.
Even Kelly herself, she had come out of the bedroom. As to when did she now leave the bedroom into the kitchen, I don't know.
Yeah, just a minute. Now, this fight that you're referring to, can you just describe it? If you say the fight that everyone else was involved in with the first person, or what are you referring to?
Ukhuluma ngani mawukhuluma ngale mpinyana okanye ukulwiswa kwalona wokuqala abeliswa uwo wonke umuntu.
Wathi basebeshana ukuthi bathekwa yena lokuqala ne because uZandi noma
Remember they were now attacking the very first one now.
so ememshaya ngama-crutches wami.
Ubani obeshaya ngama-crutches?
uZandi umuntu ephethe ama-crutches angani noma wakho eliphethe neli but uZandi umuntu engamkhumbula kahle because ngangizwa nomsindo walo malishaya phezulu.
Now, the crutch was also being used to hit this person. I'm not certain, but I think I saw Zandi in possession of the crutch. The thumping sound of the crutch, as this person was being struck with, I could hear it. Uthi noma wakhe ngathi ubephethe
Yeah,
crutch.
bekhona noma wakhe khona lapho kulesikule kuyophusha nokulapha ekitchen bekhona.
The crutch ubephethe.
I'm not sure ngaye but umuntu engisho ngaye uZandi.
Okay.
Yeah.
If even the mother was there in that commotion or in that tussling that was taking place there, I am uncertain as to whether was she in possession of the crutch, but the person that I am certain with who used the crutch was Zandi.
Now, where was this crutch?
Ibekuphi le crutch?
Ngangiwabeka eduze nje kweheater. Ngidinga bawungena eminyango wasedaning la ka right.
When buwabeke lapho?
Yeah, mongena nje ngilida ngikhona indawo la ka right nje la. Eceleni kune heater lapho eceleni kwakho.
Yeah, I had put them
Yeah, nginotongo
at
la.
a spot just
Yeah.
on the right there,
Yeah.
and next to the heater,
Yeah.
against the wall there. That is where I had put them.
Yes, you may proceed.
Ungaqhubeka.
Then uSenzo ekhathi pushelwa against uDonga bembamba isandla saka right.
Now, at the time that
Izandla
Senzo
zombili.
had pushed or pinned him against the wall, he had grabbed or held him on the upper arm. There's a demonstration here that the upper arm was actually grabbed and pushed or pinned against the wall by Senzo. So Senzo grabbed that upper arm and pushed it against the wall or pinned it against the wall. And that was the right arm that he pinned against.
Angifuni kule ngithi second suspect because bebambe lo.
I don't want to keep on saying
No.
the second suspect. There is this accused person that is being pointed against by the witness. He had grabbed.
Nilo.
Hello, can you stand up?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Wayebambe lo.
Yeah,
Yes, because nami
That's-
ngafika
that's
ngashaya.
the very-
Yeah, kuye lo.
that's the very person. Now for your shot.
Yeah.
Even myself, I went and threw some blow.
Because after ngimshayile kwaqhuma isibhamu emva kwalokho.
After I had thrown the blow against him, then there was a gunshot that went off.
Just a minute. We just want to show you photo 15 of Exhibit D. If you can just use that photo to illustrate your evidence.
Asisebenzise le sithombe ke ukwazi ukusibheka isithombe.
wayimike khona la ngasemnyango usenze imbambe isandla sila phezulu because wayimbambe ngesaka right.
Now, he was leaning against that wall over there.
Who is that now? Just-
Usho-ke ukuthi lo engikhuluma ngaye okanye ubani lo okhuluma ngaye ube
Yilo umuntu lo sibili lo.
There-
Lo angene wesibili angamoya.
the tall one, the second one, who accessed the house, he was leaning against that door there, and Senzo had pinned him against the wall that is depicted in that picture, holding on his arm.
And in which direction was this person that you described as accused number 2 facing? And in which direction was the deceased facing?
Ulona ubebheke kuphi ubeqonde kuphi lona othi umsola wesibini kanti nomufi yena ubebheke kuphi?
Lo wayibheke ngaphakathi endlini usenze imbambe isandla ebheke ngasemnyango laso eface ebheke isicapha kanje. Because usenze lo wayibheke ngala usenze ebhekile.
Okay. Usenzo ubebheke isicapha lo beflatheke
Ebheke ngala.
isicapha.
Yeah.
This suspect was faced into the kitchen when Senzo was facing the door at the time that he had pinned him against the wall like that.
You say you also struck a blow. Who did you strike and where did you strike that person?
Uthi ke nawe walahlela ke lapho ubushaya.
Yeah, ngamshaya
Washaya
khona ebusweni, ngamshaya nalomuntu, ngamshaya khona ebusweni, emva kwaloko waqhuma ishoti yesibhamu.
Now, I hit him on the face. There's a demonstration as well. The temporal area of the face. I hit him on the face. And there was a clenched fist. There's a clenched fist, which is now demonstrating that that person was hit on the temporal area of the face. That very tall one.
Yes, you also, yes.
So after
And then
And just for record
emva kwalokho,
purposes, who's this?
kwase isibhamu.
yeah, kwaqhuma isibhamu emva kwaloko then
Thereafter, there was a gunshot that went off.
nalisibhamu sakhona saqhuma sangivala amadle because indawo yakhona lapha incane ngala kuni nama-drawer ngala kune-free space esincane nje sila isenta kanje kwaqhuma isibhamu then ngabale ngawungena
As-
i-bedroom.
As it went off, the sound of that gunshot deafened or almost deafened my ears. Because, you know, there was, where we were, it was a reasonably confined space there. There are drawers this side, so there isn't much of the movement in that spot where the gunshot went off. Uthi wenza njani wabaleka wena?
ngabale ngawungena ekamereni.
I then ran and got myself into the bedroom.
Yeah, just a minute. Now, where did the gun go off?
Isibhamu sisaqhumela kuphi?
No, I think besiqhuma la ekitchen because emva kokuqhuma kwaso bekukhala imsindo tswi emadlebeni then ngabale ngawungena ekamereni.
I think it went off in the kitchen because after it went off, there was that a beeping sound or a lasting beeping sound in the ears.
Yes, the ringing sound.
The ringing sound in the ears, yes. That's when I ran into the bedroom.
Can you just indicate where you heard the sound of the firearm?
Ungasibonisa ke ukuthi wena ke isibhamu wasizwa ukuphi okay.
Ngasizwa ngikhona la ekitchen and for sure besiqhuma around khona la ekitchen hayi ukuthi umuntu besiqhuma because besingesingivala amadle ngoba besikude kakhulu. Around the
It
kitchen.
went off right inside of the kitchen there, around the spot in the kitchen there. It wouldn't have, went off outside of the kitchen. Otherwise, it would not also have deafened my ears like that after it went off.
Yes, and to which room did you then run to?
Wire kweyiphi room?
ngakulile amaroom akhona nje lapha endlini. I think mohamba ngepassage lika right ngathi kuqinile.
I went to one of the rooms in the house there. If you walking through the passage there, I should think it is the one on the right. A light has been shown on the room on the right, the second one on the right.
Yeah, ine festera la. Ngifuna ukuphuma ngalo la anti ngamabhakla akade.
Now there's a window right there. A light has been shown where the window was. I actually wanted to exit through that window. I realized that there are butler guards on that window, so I couldn't.
If photo 2 can be shown of Exhibit D. Are you able to point out that bedroom wherein you ran?
Yeah, ile because ngalunguza ngelindi la ngifuna ukuphuma ngathothi kunamabhakla.
Now that is the very window that I'm referring to. That's the bedroom I was in, because I peeked through the window and I realized there were butler guards because I wanted to exit the house through that window there.
Yes, what happened further?
Then emva kwalokho ngivalelela ngathatha ifoni yami because mongena umnyango le camera mase ngingaphakathi ngathatha ifoni yami ngala ka mongena umnyango umbhedu wa left bekulela umntana wakasenzo lapho so wayesevukile umntwana ngazama ukuthatha ifoni ngifake because ngala ka right kunempahla nezingubo ezazingala ka right ayifanga phansi kwalezo ingubo lezo.
Then I took my phone and hid it under the blankets. You know, when you access that particular room, on the left there's a bed, and the Senzo's child was lying on that bed. He was already awake during that time. And I should think that it was because of the commotion or the noise that was taking place that woke the child up. And then there were blankets that were stacked on the right.
Yes.
There were blankets that were stacked on the right, and then I took my phone and push it or shoved it underneath the blankets that were stacked there, tucked it underneath the blankets that were there.
And just place the name of Senzo's child on record.
Igama lengane kaSenzo bani?
Uthingo.
Tingo.
Yes, you may continue.
Ungaqhubeka.
Futhi emva kwesikhashana nje ngivalele lapho angiyeza ukuthi hayi sekukhuluma nje abantu nje akusekho labantu ngaphakathi.
Now, after a while, since I had closed or locked myself in there, I could hear that now there weren't those people that were causing the commotion initially. People were just talking now, normally talking.
Yes.
Then emva kwesikhashana nje ngathi ngiyavula umnyango wakhona uvuleki.
Now, after a while, I tried to open the door. That door could not open.
Ngashaya isicapha ngamemeza ukuthi ngicela bangivulele.
And I knocked the door, and I also shouted that they should open for me.
Yes.
But angisazi noma ngivulela ngespoon or ngivulela ngomesi cause lo mnyango awuvuleki mongaphakathi. So umuntu wayengaphandle ngivula kana umspoon nomumesi na usebenzisa ukuthi angivulele lapho.
I don't know who the person was. I should think it was Mto. Togo is the one that could have opened the door for me, because once you are inside of that bedroom, that door is not easy for it to be opened from inside. So he had to use some instrument, a utensil. It could have been a knife or a spoon that he had used so that he can try and open that door from outside.
Yes.
So mawuqeda umvulela umthoko mangiphuma ngiphuma ngiyabona wonke umuntu manje ngazuthi usemangele nje ini mangithi ngiyaqhamuka uSenzo ulele edaningi ulele ungathi ungene ngale side ngathi ubecasha ulele between usofa ne-stand ungene nje kanje.
Now,
Yeah.
when I got out,
Le part le yakhe wangathi le ngathi ungene ngale side le kanje between
No, no.
stand ne sofa lo ngala behleli khona uma ngakhe.
now, when I got out, it appeared people were startled of what had happened there. And Senzo somehow was lying between the couch and the stand and the TV stand, with the left hand part of his body, as though he was trying to get himself between or into that space that is between the couch and as well as the TV stand.
Photo 65 of Exhibit D will be shown to you. If you can use that photo to illustrate your evidence.
Sizosebenzisa leso sithombe ke photo 65 ukuthi uzame nje ukusidwebela umfanekiso wobufakazi bakho.
Awayileli la uSenzo la wayengene ngekamzimba nje inyawo zazingala but ikhanda nesifuba kwakungala la ikhoneni ngathi ubekacasha kanje.
Now, this is where Senzo was. And my lord, I need to also indicate that the witness is getting emotional now. This is the very spot.
Yes. I think it would be appropriate time to take this short agenda.
20 minutes.
I know them, I see them now. Ay,
Ngicela unesa airport sasa. Ubonile WhatsApp ngosandela awunayo amadatha. Unawo amadatha.
I'm going to let this be known by the court, and that it will be best if it comes from them.
What utterances are those?
They said something like when he stood up and went outside, he looked at them and pointed at them and said, "Aziboshwe izinja," or something like that. But as I'm saying, it will be best if that comes from them, my lord, because I might try to paraphrase them, might not be accurate. It's best if it comes from them.
No, you must say it, not them.
As I'm saying, my lord, they said that as he stood up and went out of the courtroom, he looked at them, he made a certain gesture, he pointed at them and said to them, looking at them, "Aziboshwe izinja." So they requested us to convey this message to the court, my lord. What the court does about it, I don't know. But that's the message, my lord, that they requested me to convey to the court. Thank you, my lord. Thank you.
Mr.
Madlala.
Madlala.
Yes.
Yeah, let's keep the proceedings decent.
Ake sizame-ke ukuthi sihloniphe-ke.
I know tempers may flare up, but let's control ourselves. We are all adults and we just want to behave as such. Okay,
Sonke sibadala,
Yebo ngiyezwa.
thank you.
siyiphathe kahle. Understood, my lord?
As a court pleases. We were on photo 65 of Exhibit D, and we were demonstrating where the deceased was lying and how he was lying. Yes, you may proceed from there.
Ubusazama-ke ukusgcwebela nje umfanekiso ukuthi umufi ubelele kanjani lapha phansi. Sisebenzisa-ke lesi sithombe photo 65. Uyakhumbula?
Yebo ngiyakhumbula.
Yes, I remember that. Ngiyachubeka-ke. Busasho ukuthi ubelele njani, ngicela ucale lapha.
Ubelele ngathulele ngesayidi, ungathulele kanje.
He had lied down like that on the side, and the witness is actually demonstrating the left hand side of the body,
Yeah.
as though facing a little up as well. Uthe imilenze.
Inyawo zakhe zazingalanga ngasekhapethini le. Ikhaphethi lapha nje then kusho la kungala ngasofa ngasesofeni phakathi kwesofa ne-stand lese-TV.
So the legs were on the carpet. There is a carpet there or a mat just next to the couch. The torso of the body was in between the couch and the stand, while the legs were lying on the mat there that is depicted on the picture.
Yes, thank you. You referred to the carpet show on the picture.
Yeah, no, inyawo zakhe zazimamangala because kwamamala la kumzimba wakhe because mangifika kuye bekunembowane incane la nasuvalweni la.
No, that is where the legs were on the mat there, and then at that very spot between the couch and the TV stand, it was the body, the torso. Because when I got to him, I noticed a smaller hole or puncture. And I should think
Exactly.
just at the just alongside the sternum. Just alongside the sternum, on the chest,
Yes.
left hand side of the chest, closer to the sternum.
Yes, may I proceed?
Ngiyaqhubeka.
Le mangifika kuyena ngafika nami ngiyakhala la sekunabanye abantu ke nala endlini.
When I got to him, I also was crying, and there were other people also that had come inside of the house.
It's just a minute. Yeah, and how was the deceased clad on the day?
Umufi begqoke kanjani ngalelo langa?
Bagqoka isikibha esi-white ngumlahle nejini.
If I remember well, he was wearing a white t-shirt and a pair of jeans.
Namateke ngathi wephuma amhlophe ngathi made nje.
White ankle boot kind of a tacky. It was a Puma white ankle boot kind of a tacky.
And you say he had that small wound that you described. What was the position regarding that wound?
Uthi bengathi unenxebanyana encane la.
Ya bekumbobanyana la isikibheni sakhe la kunembobanyana la.
Now, on the t-shirt, there was a small hole, and the witness is pointing on the chest again, the initial spot that he had pointed at.
Phansi kunamadot kunegazi but ngalona nje kunamadothinyana nje
Phansi
egazi.
kuphi?
Phansi la elikhona.
Now, at the spot where he was lying, there were some stains of blood that looked like sprinkled onto the floor.
And the t-shirt itself, what was the position?
A
Any
t-shirt,
stains on the t-shirt?
a t-shirt and a binjani.
Bekumbobanyana but kungenani igazi leligcwele belingagcwele la t-shirtini igazi but bekukhonanyana but belingagcwele igazi la.
There wasn't
Khona la ngasembobeni nje.
there wasn't blood all over the t-shirt. There was just a stain right there at that particular spot or that hole. Then there was the stain of blood right there.
Yes, you may proceed.
Ngiyaqhubeka.
Thereafter ke sazama ukuthi simbambe Senzo simfaka emotweni.
Thereafter, we made attempts to carry Senzo and load him into the vehicle.
Just a minute. You say other people also came into the house. Who were these people?
Uthi nabanye abantu besebekhona bebekhona lapha endlini. Obantu abo bantu ukhuluma ngabo.
Akekho umuntu engimaziyo kulabo abantu ababe lapha endlini. Akekho umuntu engimaziyo ngathi ngampointa ngithi lo even namanje akekho ngathi lo ubani but babekhona nje abantu I think nawo makhelwane abanye but akekho engimaziyo nje ukuthi lo uba igama lakhe.
None of those people were known to me. I would think that even the neighbors were also there, but I couldn't identify any of the people to be known to me, or perhaps by their names, but there were people in the house.
Yes.
Sazama ukimqubula because wayesindi umzimba wakhe wayesindi because ngangifaka izandla ngingemva kwakhe nje ngisifake la ngemuva kanje.
No, we tried to pick him up, to carry him, and he was heavy. I remember that he was quite heavy. I was standing behind him and had my arms underneath his armpits. So I carried him from behind.
Yes, may proceed.
Ngiyaqhubeka.
Angakhumbula ukuthi ubani because imoto yayipake kuleli site elingale mawungena nje egate-ini ipake kulelo side mawungena ungena nje straight ipake ngala so yayo kwamele ukuthi reverse imoto ize kuleli side lengala lo donga leli libhalwe ngamagama mhlophe ya reverse ayeza ngala
No.
so mawuphume kitchen ukuze uphumele kuyo kanje.
Regarding the position of the vehicle, initially that vehicle was parked along the driveway straight into the yard. And that vehicle then had to be reversed or driven so that it is parked between the wall and that is the wall, which is a hedge, and as well as the house.
Yayipake la phambidlana kunalokho kodwa so mayisi sihlehla yahlehla yamala because mhlawumbe siphuma ngala side la sekitchen.
Yeah. Okay. Now it had to be parked next to that wall that had got some white writing on it. Now it had to be driven from that spot where it is now at, or rather because it was parked inside, right, deeper into the yard. It had to be driven so that it is parked between that wall, which is forming a hedge of that yard, and as well as the wall of the house, which is now painted with white or written in white. It had to be parked there.
If photo
3.
exhibit D can be shown to you,
Yeah.
and then photo 4.
That's very good. Photo 4. The Pagwe Lupiri. So the
Photo 4.
Yeah.
that's the one.
Photo 4. Yes.
Na so imoto yayisipakile la.
This is the spot where the vehicle was now parked. And the witness is now pointing at the opening between the wall of the house and as well as the hedge or the fence.
Yes.
So sazama ukumqhubula akusenza simqhubule simfaka emotweni ngemuva.
Now, we then put some efforts to carry Senzo so that we go and load him into the back seat of the vehicle.
Yes.
Amasike emotweni ngimdonse because bengaphakathi mina bengidonsa ngaphakathi sangena wahlala like wangena ikhanda laba ngakimina on left emuva ngasemuva laba la ngaka left kumina because inyawo zasezingangeni igoqa kanje inyawo because wayilele ikhanda ngala inyawo zizindi sagoqa inyawo.
Now, I'm the one that got into the vehicle first and pulled him into the vehicle. That is towards the left-hand side of the vehicle, at the rear seat of that car. Now, the legs were hanging out, and then we had to fold the legs so that he's able to fit to the rear seat of the car. And his head was now on my side.
Yes, and where were you seated?
When I was kuphi?
Ngihleli side la ka left nasesicabheni lesika left ngemuva.
I was sitting at the rear left-hand side, that is next to the left-hand door, the rear left-hand door of the vehicle.
Yes.
Then masekuthi eceleni kwami kube umthokozisi.
Eceleni kwakho
Right, yes.
Now, on my right, it was Mthokozisi, that was seated there.
Kale right ngasesicabheni bese kukhona kwakhona bani uZandi. Yeah, kwakhona uZandi ngesicabha saka right because asibayi 3 ngemuva ku driver
Against the rear right-hand door, there was Zandi seated there. If I'm not mistaken, it was Zandi that was seated there.
Then umuntu driver okay.
And the person that was driving was Kelly.
Just a minute. Now, just before we move off from this aspect, how was the deceased carried to the car? Did you carry him all the way? Did you take brief stops, or what was the position?
Ukumqhubula kwenu nimsemotweni ngena vele namkhumbula kanye namfaka namsemotweni beniloko mhlambe nethi uphumula kancane ube ucutshulwe kanjani.
Asiyanga straight emotweni because njengisho ukuthi besinda nje uSenzo. Asivelanga sambamba one way wahamba sasamfaka emotweni. Bengelula ukwenza lokho because besinda uSenzo.
We didn't straight away went to the vehicle and loaded him into the vehicle. As I have already indicated, Senzo was heavy, so we didn't do that. We didn't just pick him up and went straight to the vehicle and put him. That's not how it happened.
Yes, just describe how did you
Sitsheleke ukuthi nenze njani.
Engikhumbulayo because masendlini basimbamba bekuyimi umthobo angimazi noma umfana wayekhona naye lapha khona. Nabanye abantu ababekhona nje.
What I remember, inside of the house as we were picking him up, it was myself, Mtobo, and some young men. There were other people that were unknown to me as well.
Yes.
So bengekho ukuthi simbambe one isisi umfaka emotweni because ubesinda.
It was actually difficult or impossible for us to can just at one attempt pick him up and take him straight into the vehicle because he was heavy.
Yes. So what did you do?
Nenze njani ke?
Mangasakhumbuli kahle but asimbambanga nje straight samisa emotweni straight.
No, even though I cannot remember, we didn't just pick him up at once and took him to the vehicle.
Because kwesinye isikhathi ngikhumbula ngimase singasefuni nangasemnyango khona la samakhona futhi ngasemnyango before siphumele ngaphandle emnyango.
I remember there was a stage where we actually paused a bit at the door before we could exit entirely.
Which door?
Before we could exit the house.
Lo wase kitchen before siphumele ngaphandle kitchen.
Yeah, I'm referring to the kitchen door before we could exit to the outside through the kitchen door.
Nangaphandle futhi asivelanga nje sangena because bekunzima ukumfaka because nami mawungena emotweni ngene noba 2 ngena mina kuqala so that ngizokwazi ukumdonsa nge side leli sithi ngimbamba ngimdonsa la ngimfakela izandla ngaphansi kwakho.
Even outside, when we were about to load him onto the vehicle, it was difficult for a person to just at once load him into the vehicle. When we got there, I was the first person to have gone inside of the vehicle. So it should have been just one person that goes inside. And thereafter attempts are made to load him into the car.
Yes, you may proceed.
Then mase simfakile emotweni wa driver okay ngikhumbula wa driver ngespeed nje I think namahamsinyana kule ndawo amancane nje akubona lamahamsa amakhulu.
After we had put him inside of the vehicle, I remember Kelly was driving and she was driving at a high speed. There were humps there, even though they were not really that big humps. They were flatter humps, but she was driving at a high speed.
Because uzandi ngikhumbula ngikhumbula ngoba uzandi waze wamkhuza ethi hayibo uzosigenqa phela usukudrive kanye.
Now I remember there was a time that Zandi also cautioned her that you will roll us over with this vehicle. Do not drive at such a high speed.
Yes.
Engikhumbula sakunye isibhedlela or private isibhedlela lesi I think isibhedlela isibhedlela mangasi clinic.
Now,
But igama la ibothilongo ngiyakhumbula.
Now what I also remember is that we took him to could it be a private hospital, a clinic, or a hospital, but I remember that the name of that facility was Butsilong.
Yes.
Masifika lapha safuna i-stretch.
When we got there, we asked for a stretcher,
Then baletha i-stretcher
and then they brought the stretcher.
wangeniswa ngaphakathi salinda la kunendaweni amabhentshi nje mawungena lapha enamabhentshi ngala emasayidini mawungena esibhedlela salinda
Thereafter, he was taken into the premises and inside of that facility, and then we waited. There's just a waiting area there that's got some benches or seats, and we waited there.
Yes.
Emva kwesikhashana nje kushuthi engenisiwe ngaphakathi uSenzo angazi kuma kakheli wayesefike nini because ngambona eselapha nje ukuthi wafika kanjani angazi.
After a while that Senzo was taken in, I just saw Kelly's mother was also there. As to how she got there, I don't know.
Yes.
Then emva kwaloko kwaqhamuka khithi emva kwesikhashanyana nje sesifikile kwaqhamuka omunye I think udokotela nomnesi wesifazane kumula kahle wayephethe isithombe se-X-ray ngisandla.
Now, after a while of our arrival there, then came a health worker there. It could have been a doctor or a nurse, but it was a female being. And she was having a printout of the X-ray, something of that nature.
Yes.
Kushuthi wacela umuntu omdala ke.
And she requested for an elderly person.
Yes.
So ngabona nami ngavele ngifike ngasele ukufikela ukubona nje ukuthi lo muntu wesicela umuntu omdala nje kushuthi uphethe indaba ezimbi ne.
Now, I also presumed that, given the fact that she came and needed an elder here, this could mean bad news.
Then why umakakheli ke?
Then Kelly's mother went.
After that ngabona umakakheli sekhala ke nami ke sekhala nje. Kuba kwasekhala wonke umuntu la ngaphakathi.
Thereafter, I saw Kelly's mother then crying, and everybody else was also crying. Because everybody was crying, I also cried.
Yes.
Emva kwaloko ngacela mina ukuthi ngiyekeni usenzo ngiyobumbona ne.
Thereafter, I asked for permission to go see him, to go see Senzo.
Ngokuthi saya kubona sayakuyena usenzo because wayemboziwe sayakuyena sibaningi ne because kwakhona babekhona nje nabanye abantu lapha ngaza kwamakhelwane labasebekhona lapha kwakhona nabanye abantu nje kwasekugcwala impela because kwasekuqala ukufika nabadlali bebhola ngeemoto.
Well, there was a stage where everyone else that was there went, in fact, that was there for Senzo, went to Senzo at the time that Senzo was now entirely covered. There were also soccer players that were there. I should think the neighbors were also there. There were quite a group of people that had gone to Senzo at some stage.
So emva kwaloko ngicela ukuthi ngiye mina kuyeda ngiyokhuluma naye.
Now, after all that, I then asked for permission that I should go there alone to go and speak to him by myself.
Because base ngihlalise kwenye indawo nje umunye unesi wayengikhelela amanzi ngihlalise kwenye indawo engala inosink khona ngaphakathi esibhedlela. I think ikitchenyana labo lapho.
Now there's I should think it was a kitchen, a little room where I was seated at, and I was given water. It was one health worker or a nurse, and I was seated in there.
So ngaphindela kuye usenzo.
I went back to Senzo.
First thing ngayenza ngamvula.
When I got to him, I unveiled him.
Yes.
Kumula kahle into engambuza nokuqala ngambuza ukuthi kanti ungibizele ngibizele lento ukuthi uzongibonisa lento.
Remember, the first thing that I actually asked him was, in an actual fact, why did you call me? Is this the reason why you called me? You called me to witness this thing?
Ngithe ngisakhuluma naye kwaqhamuka uKelly.
As I was busy talking to him, then came Kelly.
Wamkhipha iwasho ngala isandleni saka left.
She then took off the watch, the wrist watch, from the left hand.
Yes.
Emva kwaloko afika labo nesi ke befuna ukusikhipha la ngaphakathi ne. Bethi asibuyele ngale. Then ngamqabuza esiphongweni ngamvala ke ngasabuyela ngala. because bengikhala ngaleso sikhathi.
Then came the nurses and they said that we should go back to the initial spot of our waiting. And I then kissed him on the forehead, then covered him or veiled him again. And I started crying.
Yes.
Sekusenjalo nje kusanesixaxa sekugcwele la. I think bese kufike noMandisa.
Now there was a stage where everyone was there and the place was now crowded. I should think Mandisa and them had also arrived.
Because bese kunabadlali bebhola, I think bonke babesuka lapha epartini.
Now
Bese basebelana nabo phakathi.
there were also soccer players. I should think all of them were coming from that party, given the fact that now all of them were here.
Yes. And for record purposes, which party are you referring to?
Sikhuluma ngayiphi party?
Iphathi leya ebesoya kuyo vele. Engangibiza ukuthi siye kuyo. Leya mama uthi bese sanini.
The party that we're initially supposed to have gone to, I'm referring to the Mahamudza party that was in Sunning Hill.
Yes.
Ngaloko ngabona sekune-fight khona like ngase-reception la sekune-fight sekugcwele abantu sekuyabanjwana khona la. I think between Mandisa namangani bakhe noKelly ngala.
Now, thereafter, I witnessed a fight that was taking place now, right there at that spot where a lot of people were at. I should think it was Mandisa together with her friends and Kelly this side.
Yes.
Because ngabona sekunaney'nwele phansi bekubanjwana nje ngabona sekunaney'nwele la phansi.
Some pieces of hair was also, I witnessed that some pieces of hair on the floor. I should think, they were grabbing and pulling at each other's hairs.
Yes.
Then emva kwesikhathi sekubasuka esibhedlela kwahanjwa ke.
And after a while, we took off from the hospital.
But mina angingenanga kule moto le ababehamba ngayo Kelly. I think nginomunye umama angazi wagama lakhe lo mama wangangena kuyena because wayeleke ngikhulumisa nje naye ngikhamvani. Ngagcina ngingena emotini yakhe.
But I didn't go. When we were now going back, I didn't get into the vehicle that actually took us to the hospital. There's a lady that was, holding or trying to talk to me, was trying, to have a conversation with me, in whose vehicle I had gotten into or embarked into.
Yes.
Sabuyela endlini ke la endlini khona kubuka Kelly la kwenze khona isigameko.
We went back to Kelly's home where the incident transpired.
Yes.
Masibuyela endlini sithole sekunamaphoyisa sekugcwele nje sekufakwe namathipha ayelo.
Upon our arrival there, we found the police officers were there, and the area had been, cordoned off with the yellow tapes.
I just want to refer to one of the exhibits C. You can use a photo to illustrate your evidence.
ungasebenzisa lesi sithombe ke.
Yes, yiwo lawo amathiphu ayesifakile ayele amathiphu la esifaka amaphoyisa.
These are the tapes that had been put by the police there.
Yes.
Bese kunamaphoyisa nje sekucela because ngikhumbula omunye wamaphoyisa wangibiza ebile ekhuluma nami ebhala nje ngimchazela kwenzakeni because kwakunani umunye umfundisi futhi wangithatha wangise ekamereni wangithandazela la angazi ukuthi wakuphi kodwa wangise ekamereni wangithandazela nganokuthi wayeqhamuka kuphi lo mfundisi.
Yeah. Now there were police also. There was a lot of police officers that were there, and they were asking me questions and writing down as I was busy, reacting to those questions. I remember also there was a reverend there that was there as well. He took me into the bedroom and he went to pray for me. I don't know where was he coming from.
Just a minute. Now, you refer to the fact that you were in the bedroom. When you came back from the hospital, did you enter the house?
Uma niqhamuka esibhedlela ngiyena ngena endlini.
Yeah, before kwenzeke yonke leyo nto sengiyakhumbula bekunanesigqoko phansi nama-crushes because ngangifuna ngabuza ukuthi ngingathatha yini bathi angiwashiye kanjalo ungaqali ngiwathatha.
Now, before everything happened, I remember that there was some crutches on the floor and a hat. And I inquired, can I take these crutches now? They said, no, I should leave them there. But why?
Bathi ngaqali ngiwathatha.
And they said, no, don't pick them up as yet. Don't pick them up as yet.
Just a minute. Now, where did you see these items?
Uye wayibona kuphi lezi ama-crutches zona lezo khuluma ngazo? Uye wayibona kuphi?
Bezikhona phansi ekitchen mawungena nje la phansi ekitchen.
They were inside of the kitchen, just on the floor there. As you enter the kitchen, there they were down on the floor.
Just want to show you exhibit 4, 5, 6 of exhibit C. Starting with exhibit, sorry, photo 5.
Yes, you can use photo 5 of exhibit C
Ungasebenzisa ke
to illustrate the evidence.
Yeah.
ukusibonisa lezi zinto okhuluma ngazo.
Yeah, isona isigqoko lesinawo ne-crutch le.
Now, this is the head that I'm referring to. A light was shown on the head that is depicted on this picture. And these are the crutches that I was referring to. And also a light was shown on the crutch.
Now, this crutch, you say you wanted to take the crutch. Was that your crutch?
Yes.
Yes, it was my crutch.
And
It
the
was my
head?
crutch. And then it's Togo.
Could you recognize the head?
Yeah, isigqoko iso leso besigqoko yilo muntu onamadread lesi.
This is the very hair that was worn by this person that had dreadlocks.
Yes, you may proceed.
Ngiyaqhubeka.
Is there anything else that you noticed there in the kitchen?
Ngabe khona uthize owaqaphela khona lapho e-kitchen?
Eish. Akukho kunye ngicabanga ukuthi ngiyacabanga ngakunotiza.
No. No, there isn't any item that I could have further observed in the kitchen there.
Yes. You may proceed to say there was someone trying to comfort you in the bedroom. What happened further?
Uthi khona umuntu obezama ukukududuza ngase kamareni. Kwenzakalani?
Wangithandazela nje lo baba lo cause ngangikhala.
Because I was crying during that time, and that man prayed for me.
Ngangikhala. Cause kwakusuku lami ngangifika ngaleyo date ngifika sekuzokwenzeka into kanje.
Because that was my first day of arrival, and upon my arrival, this is the incident that transpired. So I was crying.
No, in which bedroom were you at that stage?
Obo ngakwe bedroom.
But I think iyo le ngakule side le la ngangikuyona ne. I think ile ngala eceleni kwakhona. I think ile ngala eceleni kwakhona if I'm not mistaken. Le ngabaleka ngena kuye. I think ile ngala eceleni kwa.
I think it is the one next to the one that I had initially ran into.
Noma ngasakhumbuli kahle mangasiyo le ile noma ngasakhumbuli kahle mangasiyo le I think ile.
Albeit that I may not be remembering. If it is not that one there, it is the other one next to it.
Because
Because I also was not emotionally well or psychologically well.
Yes.
Emva kwesikhashanyana nje after sebethabe bhalile la labamphutha la ngangikhuluma nawo sathatha sa escort saya eMalbathini.
Now, after a while, after they had taken the statements or had questioned me and I answered, then we were taken to Malbatin.
Just a minute.
Amaphoyisa anthatha ngisale khona.
Yeah,
The police took us to Malbatin.
because ngikhumbula nje I think kwakuyibhm emhlophe.
I remember it was.
Kwanomunye umuntu ayikhala iphoyisa lalikhala vila I think iphoyisa ayikhala.
I remember it was a white BMW, and then there also was a colored police officer.
Now, did you have a cell phone on that day?
When I opened a cell phone,
Yes, likhona.
Yes.
Sekona i-streaming emhlophe ya ngiyakhumbula.
S3.
emhlophe. Yeah, iSamsung.
It was Samsung S3, a white one in color that I was in possession of.
Now, did anything happen to your phone on that day? When, let's put it to you this way, when you were escorted to Malbatin, did you still have that phone?
Mani escortaniswa eMalbatin when busayiphethe phone yakho.
Hayi bengingasayiphethe sengibele bayithatha bayifaka emaplastic abawasila.
I was no longer in possession of that cell phone. They took it and they put it in some plastic bag that was sealed.
Because khona nenye izinto abasenza zona besithatha amathe nangisakhumbula okunyama kodwa nje namanje babesikhamisisa besithatha namathe and stuff.
Now, there was also some swabbing which was done in a mouth. They were taking the saliva samples.
Now, was it only your phone that the police took on the day, on the night?
Phone yakho yonke yathathwa ngalo suku.
Angikhumbuli angazi kwabanye because yami yathathelwa futhi ngisemnyango ngakulona le side leli moto epake ngakulona kathi sifaka usenje yathathelwa ngilapho because umuntu engikhuluma naye silapho ngasemnyango.
I don't know pertaining the others. Mine was taken at a time that I was talking to this particular person and we were standing close to the door.
Now that
side that is written Spaza. We were standing there when my phone was actually taken from me.
At what stage was it? Was the phone taken from you?
United. It was
bese beyangichecka nani ba-check ezinye izinto ngathi mina ayikho inkinga baqhubeka benza leyo process yabo then after yona-ke kwahlala kancane kwasekuyiwa eMalbathini.
I don't know what were they actually doing because they said that they have to, to take my cell phone, and there were other things that were done to me as well. And thereafter, after a while, we were then taken to Malbatin. And then earlier on, the witness indicated that it was now in the early hours of the morning or the dawn of the day.
Yes, you may proceed.
Say Malbatin again. Must be Malbatin.
We proceeded to Malbatin, and upon arrival there,
And just for record purposes, who stayed there at Malbatin?
ubani behlala eMalbatin?
Oh, before nje sifike la masibuye esibhedlela asibuyanga nomthoko. Because wayengekho la, asibuyanga namthokozisi.
Now, before we get to that point,
wayengekho umthoko masibuye esibhedlela.
I forgot to say that before we get to that point, Mtogo was not there upon our return from the hospital.
Yes.
Umthoko I think khona bafowethu nje khona because khona engamuzwa nje ethi amthokozi benisahlaleleni lapha kusho ukuthi wahamba nabanye abantu abaziyo ababe lapha ephathini ababefikile la esibhedlela azange sabuyela la kwenzeke khona le incident wahamba nalabantu lapha.
Now there were some of my brothers that were saying, and then where did you delay at? Where were you? It appears that when we came back from the hospital, he never went back to the scene of the incident. Looks like he was in the company of those guys instead of going to where the scene had actually taken place. Or rather, where the incident took place, sorry.
Yes, you may proceed. And just for a quick, who was staying at Malbatin? Where did you go to?
Ubani behlala eMalbatin?
Behlala uKelly na Senzo.
Kelly and Senzo were residing there.
Yes.
So eMalbatin I think akuthi angisakhumula wafika amaphoyisa kodwa lapha.
Well, I cannot remember clearly, but I remember that the police arrived at Malbatin.
When?
Nini?
I think it's the following day ebusuku kodwa ntambama kwase kumnyamanyana because mawungena eMalbatin angeke ungene fanele uqale i-security lifonele la uzoya khona.
No, I think it was the following day. It could have been in the evening or late in the afternoon.
If I'm not mistaken. So
For one to access, that estate, you have to start at a security guard who will then, connect you with the person that you have to go and visit there.
Yes. Now, did you then spend the night there at Malbatin?
Na qeda ubusuku bonke khona lapha eMalbatin.
yeah ngahlala khona ubusuku bonke.
Yes, I spent the whole night there.
Who else spent the night there at Malbatin?
Omunye futhi ke waqeda ubusuku bonke khona lapha eMalbatin ubani?
Umuntu engimkhumulayo uMakakheli because amaphethe mayithu lapho uMakakheli imina uKelly noZandi nabantu engibakhumbulayo abalala endlini.
The people that were there, it was Kelly's mother, Kelly, Zandi, and myself. Because that house has got 2 bedrooms.
So bebekhona abanye abantu ababuye bafike baphinde bahambe bafike ngiyakhumbula khona bebekhona abantu ababefike khona lapha.
I remember there were several people that would then arrive and then leave again.
Because naye ulomfana ngaChico uke wafika khona lapha ya. Yes, no Chico na uke wafika na.
Even Chico's son also arrived there at Malbatin, and Chico himself also arrived at Malbatin.
Yes. The surname just plays the surname on record?
Ungasitshela ngamasenimi akho?
uChico Twala naye Longwethal.
Chico Twala as well as Longwe Twala.
And when did you get to know Longa's name?
uqale nini ukulazi igama likaLongwe?
Angilazi ngalesikhathi besanda kufika nje because ngambuza uSenzo ukuthi ubani uqhamuke sehlala phansi.
Now, I came to know his name at the time of his first arrival there. Because upon his arrival, I questioned Senzo, who is this that just comes here and just sits down?
Yes, may proceed.
Ungaqhubeka.
So kule party amaphoyisa afika I think uKelly mabamfonela wanqaba ukuthi angene. Watshela ama security ukuthi abangangeni.
Where the police part is concerned, when Kelly was phone called for the police to access her premises, she refused. She told the
It's fine,
the
you may
guards-
not disclose what she said. Now, when was this incident?
Lokho kwenzakala nini?
I namangena like show yosuku exactly but after seyenzekile le incident.
I may not be sure about the particular day, but that was after the incident had taken place.
But was it the same night, the following day? What was it?
I think it's the following day if I'm not mistaken.
Could be the following day.
Because ziningi
if
into
I'm not
ezenzeka.
mistaken.
Umuntu abuye waya nase sechipi urukuphe eyenza eyokhomba la yoko yes.
Because there's quite a number of things that happened after that. Because one of those was to go to GP at the identification parade, to come and, or to go and identify there.
We'll get to that. Let's take one step at a time. Right. What happened the day after the incident? This incident that you referred to when the police arrived, when did that happen?
Le okhuluma ngayo lesi sigameko okhuluma ngaso ukuthi kwafika amaphoyisa kona ke okwanini kwenzakala nini?
I think the following day after the incident. Yeah.
That was the following day. I think the following day after the incident transpired.
Yes.
Saya nase police station Fort Loras.
We even went to Fort Loras police station
For ukwenza i-statement.
to furnish the statements.
Just a minute. And when did that happen?
Lokho kwenzeka nini?
Kwenzeka ngalo lusuku lulandela because bafika bezosilanda better something ngemoto yabo.
No, it happened the following day because they came with their vehicles to come and fetch us, and they said that we should go with them.
If you say they, who are you referring to?
Amaphoyisa.
I'm referring to the police officers.
Yes. For what time did they fetch you, more or less?
Bakhetha ngobani isikhathi mhlawumbe?
Hey, angisasikhumbuli kahle isikhathi. Can't be sure ngesikhathi.
Bekungabani mhlawumbe?
Mina yasekuseni lapho nje.
Maybe in the morning towards midday or in the day, just around the time. I can no longer remember the time.
Isikhathi exactly. Yeah.
Yes, and what happened at the police station?
Kwenzakalani at police station?
Safike sabuza nje sabhalisa i-statement. After that basisa kwenye room la sasesiyodweba khona.
Now, when we go to the police station, we provided or furnished the police with the statements. And from then on, we were taken into a room where we were going to, draw some pictures.
Pictures of what?
Alamantu abangena endlini.
Of the people that got into the house.
Yes.
Yebo.
And who was in charge of that exercise?
Kubani ke obehola leyo leso senzo.
Ukhona nje umunye umlungu kana.
There's one white person, if I remember clearly. I think there was one white person
Owayesindisa leyo.
who was conducting that.
Yes.
Then sachaza umuntu ayichaza leyo nto ayibonile akubayibonile kulowo muntu nomuntu yes.
Then we would give a description of what each person saw on the people that we're supposed to provide the description of.
Yes. What happened after that?
Kwenzakalani khona?
Masesiqedile sabuyela emuva futhi eMalbertine.
Once we were done, we went back to Malberton.
Angisakhumbuli ukuthi inini la sesiya khona eJeep la sesiyokwenza sesiyokhomba khona la ukuthi abantu bame ngaphakathi eglasini uyakhomba ukuthi suspect namababa kwakuyimina umthoko uKelly uZandi.
Now, I cannot remember at which stage that we went to GP to go and do or to be a part of the identification parade, where you would, one would be able to see people on the other side of the glass. It was myself, Mtogo, Kelly, and Zandi. There's another lady as well who also attended the ID parade. But I don't know her. Yeah, but she hadn't gone to identify. She only was in the company. She's a friend to Kelly and them.
Yes, and what happened during that occasion?
Kwenzakalani khona lapho kule senzo.
Babesifake emarumini angafani.
We were put into various rooms or different rooms.
Yes.
So mabekubizile uyakongena thonke ngabantu abamile ngale glassini bayo 10 or 11 10 or 9 babe baningi nje kodwa.
If they call your name, then you go into that room, and on the other side of the glass, there will be a lineup of a number of 10 people, more or less. Yeah.
Babe baningi nje kodwa.
There were quite a number of them. They were numerous.
Then mase bayachazela ukuthi leba bengale labantu abakuboni wena nje bungala.
And then they would then explain to you that since you are on the side of the room, those people that are on the other side of the glasses, they don't see you.
So if ubona umuntu uyena usula ukuthi bekhona ngampointer out or usebenzisa phone ngoba phone futhi nangala eceleni.
Now, if you see somebody that you think is the person that you have seen at the scene of the incident, you can point that person out. And also there was a phone or a phone set that a person could use that was just on the side.
Just a minute. Yes, you may proceed.
Ungaqhubeka.
So saqeda ukwenza leyo nto but mina kuyona ID parade akekho umuntu mhlambe ngathi ngamkhomba because angibonanga umuntu kuleyo ID parade.
Then we were done with the ID parade, and but myself, I did not see any person that I could recognize who were on the lineup of that ID parade.
Yes. Were the photos taken of the parade?
Iy'thombe zathathwa, iy'thombe zaleyo khomba parade.
Izakabani zami.
With my,
The process, the whole process.
kuyo yonke leyo nqubo, kwaba nje ney'thombe ey'thathwayo lapho.
Ayangikhumbuli.
I do not remember.
Yes.
I do not remember.
Then what happened
Kwase kwenzakalani?
after the ID parade?
Then masesiqedile ke sonke because umuntu esuka la kuleyo room ayekuyona. Masesiqedile sonke sabuye sahlangana kwahanjwa ke.
Now, once we were done, all of us gathered together at the same spot again because each person would be taken into their room during the process of the ID parade. But once we were done, we all gathered at the same spot and then we took off.
Just a moment. The ID parade form has been handed up as Exhibit E, as well as the photos. Which indicates the date on which the parade took place, which is on paragraph 4. Can you just indicate the date on which the ID parade form took place?
Masibhekelana ku paragraph 4 sibuke ukuthi i-ID parade le iyenzeka ngoluphi usuku okanye ngayiphi date. Uyakhona ukuyibona i-date la? Yes, I can see the date here.
Yes, what is the date?
Ingakhi?
2014 enyangeni yesi-10 mhla 29.
It is the 29th of the 10th month, year 2014.
Yes, then what happened after the identification parade?
Kwenzakalani ke emva kwe-ID parade?
I think okawana le issue yamafoni because amafoni ayingasemaphoyiseni.
Then there was an issue that relates to the cell phones because the police were now in the possession of the cell phones.
Yes.
Because okay lo ayifaka ipressure emaphoyiseni because wayefuna ifo amafoni abuye because nami ngangifuna ukuthi ngibuyele emuva. So ngangengigoduke without ifoni yami.
And Kelly as well was pressurizing the police pertaining her cell phone. Even myself as well, I couldn't leave and go back home without my cell phone.
Yes.
Noma ngasalikhumbula usuku abasinika ngawo but bawabuyisa wona amafoni.
Even though I cannot remember the day on which they brought back our cell phones, the fact is they eventually brought them back.
Yes. Proceed.
So after that ngicabanga ukuthi umusa khona uMandla khona umuntu umfethu akuthiwa uMandla igama lakhe. Wahamba ngemoto eCrossfire ngimazi khona lapha ukusukela nokuqala umbona ngambona engakenzi eMalbatini ngakayenzeke yonke lento eyenzakalile. So ngimazi lapho ke.
Now there's a brother of mine called Mandla who is driving a Crossfire vehicle, and I came to know him even before the incident transpired, right there at Malbatin.
Uyena umuntu ogcine sengikhapha lo because wanginika imali ukuthi ngibuyele emuva. Wanginika 500 rand ukuthi ngibuyele emuva.
This is the very person that accompanied me or drove me halfway because he also gave me about 500 rands so that I can travel back home.
Just a minute. Now, do you remember which day was it? How long after the incident?
Uyakhumbula bekoluphi usuku?
I think lesine. If lesine because wangisusa khona wangisa erank straight eJoza ngise erank straight eGoli ngagibela iQuantum khona lapha eGoli.
Usuku lwesine emva kwesigameko noma
ngolwesine usuku wevikini lekwakulesine evikini.
I remember it was the Thursday of the week, and that he is the very person that took me to the taxi rank.
Yeah, we'll get to that just a minute. Now, before you went away, before this particular Thursday, did you see Mr. Mtokozi's Twala in that week?
Uye wambona yini angokuthi uhambe khona kulelo viki Mthokozisi Thwala.
Yeah, wafika eMalbatini ehamba no Senzo Meyiwa.
He did arrive at Malberton, and he was in the company of Senzo Meyiwa.
And who's Senzo Meyiwa?
Senzo Meyiwa Obani.
ubhuti kaSenzo umdala noSenzo.
It is the elder brother to Senzo.
What is his other name?
Elinye igama lakhe ubani?
Sifiso Stanley Meyiwa.
Senzo Stanley Meyiwa.
Do you perhaps remember when they arrived there at Malberton?
Uyakhumbula mhlambe bafika ngobani isikhathi khona eMalberton? Amanini?
I think between Tuesday and Wednesday, lelo viki lelo. Phakathi kwalezo insuku zoyi-2.
Between Tuesday and Wednesday.
Wednesday, yeah, lapho
Between those
ngeviki.
2 days, because I cannot clearly remember.
Do you know why they came to Malberton?
Uyakwazi ukuthi isizathu esenza ukuthi beze laphana eMalberton kwaba yisiphi?
I think kwakuzofuna iy'mpahla zaSenzo including ID nje.
I think that was about getting Senzo's clothing items, and as well as the ID book and the likes.
Now, you testify that when you wanted to take your crutch, you were told not to touch it.
Uyakhumbula wakusho lokho ukuthi ubufuna ukuthatha le crutch but ungayithinti.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, I remember that.
Now, when you went back home the Thursday, what was the position regarding your crutch or crutches?
Maso so phindele ekhaya ngolesine.
Yeah,
Ama-crutch.
ayisekhona bayabuyisa because ngikhumbula uma ngikhashwa ule mfethu uMandla ngase ayisekhona amakhathi base bewabuyisile ngaya eDurban nawo.
The crutches were brought back to me because I remember at the time that this brother of mine, Mandla, was accompanying me. I was in possession of those crutches. I went to Durban with them.
So both crutches.
Yeah.
Oh, two.
Yeah.
Both
Baphinde balanda
crutches.
futhi khona eThekwini. Baphinde alanda futhi khona eThekwini.
And they came and fetched them again from Durban now.
We'll get to it.
Sizofika lapha.
But then what happened on the day when you returned home, the Thursday?
Kwenzakalani-ke ngalolu suku-ke maso usubuyele ekhaya ngolesine?
Mangibuyele emuva angithi kunobhuti wami ukuthi usiya omdala nami. So mangisuka nge-taxi ngiya eDurban imara i-tollgate yokugcina iMarang Hill. So yena uhlale Westmead mawula ku-tollgate ubuka lapha phesheya kunemizana ngise-Westmead uhlala khona.
Now, there is a brother of mine called Sia. As I travel to Durban, the last toll gate is Marian Hill. And then when you look just alongside the Marian Hill toll gate, there is a suburb there, by Bizani?
Indawo kuthiwa iseMawos.
Maos,
Yeah, ise-Westmead.
in the vicinity of Westmead.
So ubhuti wami uhlala lapho.
That's where he resides.
So ngamfonela wathi angingaqhubeki nge-taxi angihlike khona lapho because unemoto.
Now, I phone called him and he said that I shouldn't go down to Durban with a taxi. I must just alight the taxi right there at that spot because he's got a vehicle.
Yes.
Were they at Marian Hill?
Yeah, mara nge-tollgate, yeah. Mawuqhubeka nje kancane ngomgaqo ojikayo ungahlika mama lapho. Then
Yeah, right
wangilanda.
there at the Marian Hill toll gate. As you just proceed with that road, just a little from the toll gate, then there's a turn-off. And then I waited there, and they came to fetch me there from that spot.
Yes.
So mangihlika lapho wangithatha ke saya straight. Khona indawo ground lika-L kwakune-memorial service khona.
Ground Elga?
Ka-L section.
L
Umlazi,
section,
yes.
uh-huh.
Ngaqala khona nje first stop sami ngaqala khona.
Now, he came and he took me and we went to L section. There's a ground called the L section ground that is in Mulazi. That is where I started off.
Bekune-memorial service khona.
There was a memorial service there, Senzo's memorial service there.
Yes.
Then mangifika khona ngathola ukuthi abazali bakaSenzo abekho la.
When I got there, I found out that Senzo's parents are not there.
Yes.
Then ngakhuluma because kunabantu ababekhona nabo bangakusho lo ngafika ngakhuluma khona ke ngangithi ngizochaza vele into eyenzakalile kubona abazali baSenzo mangithola bengekho ngabatshela abantu abakhona ukuthi ngcono ngiyoqala ngibikele umndeni kuqala.
Then I spoke there with the people that had attended that memorial service, that I was going to relate to them about the incident as to what transpired back where I'm coming from. But when I realized that Senzo's parents were not there, I thought to myself, the best thing that I should do is to first go and relate that to the parents before I can tell everybody what transpired.
Just a minute. Yes, you may proceed.
Yeah, bungaqhubeka.
So mangifika kaSenzo ngafica uma wakhe ehleli edining lapha kumatras wayehleli emakhandeleni.
Now, when I got to Senzo's parental home, I found his mother. She was on the mattress, mourning. There were candles next to her there. In the dining, that's where she was seated.
Yes.
Ngamchazela kuma kaSenzo yonke into kodwa kunabanye abantu nganehlobo ngamchazela ke yonke into eyenzakalile.
I then explained to Senzo's mother about everything that transpired. Because there were also people that were there, there were relatives that were also there. I then explained to her.
Because ngikhumbula kahle nje into yokuqala ngibuza ngibuza ukuthi samba kanjani ngemoto yengane yakhe ingane yakhe ingasekho.
Because I remember the first thing that she actually asked me was, how is it possible that we drive or we travel on his child's vehicle when his child is no more?
Yes.
I mean, her child is
So
no more.
ngamphendula ke mina ngamtshela ukuthi anginawo ama-powers mina ukukhuza leyo nto because amaphoyisa amtshela ukheli ukuthi akhanjwe ngale moto wa-insist athi imoto yobaba ingane yakhe le ngikatshela umuntu ungane. So
Now, I told her that I did not have the authority to can correct that. Even the police tried to interject and say that a different vehicle should be used. And then Kelly insisted that this is the vehicle that belongs to the father of her child.
Yes.
then ngabachazela ke yonke into eyenzakala.
I explained to them everything that transpired.
Ngeke ngene kwamanye ama-details nje wonke but ngabachazela lo ngachazela kona then ngabuya kwayima ngiqala ngayo endlini kwayima ngigcina endlini kumina ekhaya.
I cannot go to all the details as to how I related everything to them. Thereafter, I went home.
Yes.
Kwafika ngikhumbula ukuthi the following day kwafika lo mfowethu uthiwa uSiya I think uyi-cousin yakaSenzo.
Now, I remember the following day, a brother of mine called Sia came. I think he is Senzo's cousin. I think he is Senzo's cousin.
Yes.
Uyena umuntu wangi-offerisha ibhande lelokungena eMoses Mabhida la ungena ngalo kuma-suit.
Now, this is the very person that then offered me a wristband of some sort to access Moses Mabhida Stadium at the particular suite there, the Moses Mabhida Stadium.
What was happening at Moses Mabhida Stadium?
Bekwenzakalani khona laphayana eMoses Mabhida?
I think bekuzoba umncwabo wakho Senzo. Bekuzoba umncwabo wakho Senzo. I think uzosukela khona eMoses Mabhida.
I think the funeral service was going to be held at Moses Mabhida Stadium.
Yes. What happened further?
Saya ke no siya. Because samba ngemoto.
Me and Sia then went.
Imoto ayisebenzisa le day.
Me and Sia went, and were traveling using the vehicle that Sia was using on that day.
Yes, you went away.
Naya kuphi?
Emasweni sayima eMoses Mabhida.
We went to Moses Mabhida.
Yes.
Thereafter sayima thuneni, but azange see exactly like bekhona umgodi because kwakugcwele. Saphelela nje lapha phansi lapha eChesterville.
From there we proceeded to the graveyard, even though we couldn't access the graveyard or perhaps the grave itself because it was crowded. We couldn't access that particular spot. Saphelela kuphi?
Saphelela kunemigaqo osezantsi nje mama lapha because kwakunemoto ebhakela
In Chesterville.
eChesterville yes.
We ended at Chesterville. There's just a street in the vicinity there that we parked at.
Yes.
Then emva kwesikhashanyana nje usiya wathi ayi asihambeni ngiyokubeka endlini mfethu because kugcwele ngesikwazi nokufikela lapha ya. Wahamba usiya wathi awungibeka endlini.
After a while, then Sia said that let's go. Let me go drop you off at home, because in any case we won't be able to access the desired spot. You can see how crowded it is. Let's rather than go, and then we drove off.
Yes. And on which day was the funeral service of the deceased?
Bekunini ngaluphi usuku?
Umncwabo or memorial service.
Umncwabo.
No, I think all Saturday.
It was on a Saturday.
Yes, you may proceed.
Singaqhubeka.
Then sabuyela eMumbai no Sia ne. Wafika wangishiya ekhaya.
Me and Sia went back, and then he dropped me off at home.
Yes.
Ukuthi baningi abantu abafikile kumina bengibhalisa statement. Baningi. Kakhulu abanye bebengilanda ngisho emsebenzini.
There's so many people. There's numerous people that came to me that I should furnish my statement to. Others would even come to me at my place of work.
Now, you earlier on in your evidence testified that the police did come to collect your crashes. Can you tell the court about it?
Amaphoyisa eza afike azothatha ama-crashes wabo.
Yeah, afika amaphoyisa I think after a month manganali put after a month kwenzeke lento.
That the police did arrive. I should think, if I'm not mistaken, it was after a month after the incident transpired.
I think November if anginali put kuloko November.
I think it was in November, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, which year?
Now 2014.
2014.
So what transpired during that occasion?
Kwenzakalani ke khona lapho?
Bafika bazowalanda bangisayinisa ngisho ukuthi angisakhumbuli ama date exactly. Baphinde bawabuyisa futhi bangisayinisa sebewabuyisa futhi bangisayinisa futhi.
They came to fetch the crashes and they made me sign some document, and even upon the return, as they are bringing back the crashes, they caused me to sign the document again. I'm uncertain about the dates though, or the time.
Kodwa I think akhona amaphepha lento ngisazowa-check ngisazobatshela bangicheckele kahle. I think akhona amaphepha lento because ngiwabeka.
I think the documents relating to that are still there because I asked them to, keep them for me.
Did the police explain as to why they needed your crutches?
Ngaba amaphoyisa akuxela ukuthi ingani bebefuna ama-crutches wakho.
Ayi, abangikhumbuli bangicacisela yini.
I do not remember them explaining to me as to why they needed that.
But after how long did they return the crutches?
Base babuyisa emva kwesikhathi esingakanani ama-crutches?
Ayi, khona kubanga isikhathi eside kakhulu ayi. Akubanga isikhathi eside noma ngisisho exactly isikhathi but akubanga isikhathi eside kakhulu.
It wasn't after a long time, even though I may not be particular about the time, but it wasn't after a very long time.
Yes, you say you made various statements. What happened further?
Ke wenza ama-statement amaningi nje kwenzakalani emva kwalokho?
Eish, kuningi because abanye abantu angisabakhumbuli. Bakhona kulicala nje baningi abantu befika bethathe bengifikele emsebenzini abanye bangithathe siye ku point ihlabeni nami abanye befika nozankosi kuningi nje.
There's just a lot that transpired after that. Others would come at my place of work and others would just come with the handcuffs. There's quite a lot that happened.
Ekugcineni kwagcina kufike omunye wathi ubuthelezi ompofu nje egunda imbungulu.
In the end, there was one called Buthelezi, lighter in complexion.
Ayigunda imbungulu.
Yeah, no, who had a bald head.
Was the male, female?
It was a female being.
Because nami ngimthatha njengomama nje. Ngimbiza ngomama nje.
I just took her as a mother. I would call her mother.
When did she make contact with you?
Where's Age Ezo? Ixhumanisa nawe nini?
2019 if I'm not mistaken, but angisakhumbula ama-date because bengimtshela yonke into eyenzakalayo.
I should think it was in 2019. I could relate to her about everything that was happening.
Even ubaba kaSenzo efika ethuka uma ngane mangithatha ngaleso sikhathi ngamtshela yena lokuthelezi
Ubaba kaSenzo efika nje
ethuka uma wengane yami.
Even when Senzo's father came and insulted a mother of my child, I did relate that to this Buthelezi lady.
Yes, let's confine ourselves to Ms. Buthelezi. What happened in your interactions with her?
Ake sihlale lapho lo Buthelezi uma Buthelezi.
Wasuggest ukuthi ngiye kwilento ye-witness protection program.
She suggested that I should be a part of the witness protection program.
Did she tell you as to why she was now in the picture?
Uye watshela ukuthi ngane sekusho lokho.
I think mhlawumbe emva kokuthi ngimbikele zonke lezi zinto ezenzakalayo. Yabo. But mina angafuni ukuya lapho but uyobeke insist ukuthi ngiye kuleyo lokho ngoba ngihlala ngedwe ekhaya.
I should think that was after I should think that was after I had related to her all these things that were happening. And I said that I do not want to be a part of the witness protection program, and she insisted that I should be a part of the witness program, witness protection program. And because I'm staying alone at home.
Yes, you may proceed.
Ungaqhubeka.
Ngagcina ngiyileke kuleyo witness ban program. Wathi angikawamanga ngithi ngise Cape Town.
I eventually became part of the witness protection program, and she said that I should concoct a lie and say that I am in Cape Town.
While things say Richards Bay.
Whilst I was in Richards Bay.
Just a minute. Yes.
Ngangena kuleyo witness protection program kunebhunela li okwakuyilona lelisebenza ukuthi lingilande lingise because besijwayele ukuhlanganela kunelinye ihotel bathi Pavilion Hotel eSetown.
Now, I became a part of that witness protection program, and there is one white person who used to transport me from wherever I was to the spot that is at Pavilion Hotel.
Yeah, la ngihlangana khona naye.
That is where I would be meeting with him at,
With her.
or with her, sorry, with her at.
Yes.
Ayiziningi nje izinto ayengithembise zona because ngamtshela ukuthi nginomntwana mina mangihlala la umntwana uzofundaphi wathi ongithembisa yonke leyo nto leyo.
There are so many things that she promised to me, because I did divulge to her that I've got a child, and if I am residing here, where is the child going to be residing? Wasethi.
Wathi hayi uzotholela isikole everything.
And she said that they will find a school for the child and all those things that are a necessity to a child.
Yes.
So ngihlalileke lapho but ngahlala isikhashana nje sincane. Ayi ngayibuka lento ukuthi hayi lento lo muntu bengithembisa yona nanana yenzakala.
I stayed there for a short while, and I could realize that whatever it is that she had pledged or promised me, it wasn't materializing.
For how long were you in the witness protection program?
Waba lapho ku witness protection program isikhathi esingakanani?
I think for 3 weeks, finally 3 weeks, yeah. I think for 3 weeks, yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, about 3 weeks. 3 weeks.
Yes.
Then ngabuya ngaphuma ke kuyo kwafika the same bhunu futhi lizongisayinisa ukuthi if ngiphuma la if kwenzekala noma yini kumina bona basahlangene naleyo nto.
I then exited that program, and the same white person came to me. He caused me to sign the documents, which will then be the documents that will be indemnifying them against any undesirable incident that might happen in their absentia.
Yes.
Because bangangibuka ngisakwazi ngisho ukukhuluma nabantu engizwana nabo because kwakumele ukuthi ngifonela ngani washintsha ngisho amasimi kwakumele ngifonelane fonela uma kuphela ngingafonela abanye abantu nje abaseceleni.
Then there was also that arrangement to the extent that I couldn't even phone call people that I knew. Even if I had to phone call my mother, I had to set to change the SIMs before I could phone call her.
I think bangingeni sim card if nginali futhi kufanele ngisebenzise if ngifona iningazwa umuntu.
I think they gave me a SIM card that was unknown to any person, so that if I want to phone call any person that I would wish to phone call, I should use that SIM card.
As a quick case, will this be an appropriate time to take the longer journey? up in the witness protection program, made a lot of promises to you.
Angokwastatikefu ukushilo lokho ukuthi iphoyisa elakufaka kwi witness protection program wenza ithembiso nje eziningi wena.
Yebo.
That is correct.
And you perhaps know what the purpose of those promises were?
Inhloso yalezo ithembiso mhlawumbe yakwazi ukuthi ngaba yini?
Angizazi, ngifuna angizazi.
I don't know. I wouldn't know the intentions.
Mhlambe khona into ayifuna ukuyiphusha yena ngazi but indlela nje angisengimthatha ngayo mina from now on hayi. Ngangimthatha nje ngoma kwashintsha lokho. Emva kwento eziningi azenzile nabezisho ziningi into ayishile ezingekho right.
Now, perhaps there could have been an agenda that she was pursuing or pushing, as the witness indicated. From now going forward, my perceptions about her are now different. I took her as a mother. There's quite a number of things that she did and that she had said, which may have now changed my perception about her.
Yes, but what made you change your perception of her?
Yini into eyenza ukuthi ushintshe umqondo ngayo?
Indlela ebengimchazela ngayo izinto yena ubezithatha ngethu angizwela kanti ufuna okunye kuloko engikushoyo akangithembe into enengisho mina ngitshela ukuthi konke engimtshela kona ngimthatha njengoma kanti yena akangithembi kulezo zinto bengingazuza ngendlela yakhe yena.
Now, of the things that I would divulge to her, I would speak with confidence or confiding with her and perceiving her as a mother to me, whereas on the other hand, she was having her own agenda of the things that I would have told her. Indirectly, she would be eliciting information beyond what I would be telling her.
Do you perhaps know what this agenda is?
Uyakwazi ukuthi le agenda yakhe bekuyini?
First of all, nokungisa nje kule protection program ngambona ukuthi nje angekho like ngekho interested kuyona uya insist ukuthi ngiyekuyona should khona into abayiphusha yena nokungisa ethuneni la kaSenzo khona into abayiphusha yena ngifile emsebenzini angilande khona ngiyethuneni.
No, firstly, the fact that you would insist that I should be a part of the witness protection program, that made me realize that there is indeed an agenda that she's pursuing, and as well as her taking me to Senzo's grave, that as well made me realize there is some agenda that she's actually pursuing.
And when did she take you to the deceased grave?
Wakuthatha nini wakusakhona elokhunjaneni ethuneni kaSenzo?
I think unyaka 2019 because bafike emsebenzini.
I think it was during the year 2019, because they came at my place of work.
If you say they, who are you referring to?
Mauti bona ke bafika.
Wayengafike efike msana nale thimba esebenzisana nalo thina mhlamba yi3 or by2 wayengafike odayethu.
She wouldn't arrive alone. She would be in the company of the team that she would be working with. It could have been 2 or 3 people that she would be in the company of.
Yes, just explain the circumstances under which you were taken to the deceased grave.
Manje akustrexele nje isimo la uke wathathwa ngaphansi kwaso ukuthi uyiswe khona laphayana ke ethuneni kaMufi.
Angisho yena nje angisho bengixoxa naye ngikhululekile freely.
As I have already indicated that I would freely divulge to her.
Ngamtshela ukuthi angikhonanga nanokuthi ngiyovalelisa kahle kuSenzo because angifikanga ethuneni lakhe kanje.
And I even told her that I couldn't have a time or a quality time through which I was then I would be able to say a proper goodbye to Senzo at the grave because it was so crowded there at the graveyard.
So yena ungisa kwakhe lapho futhi wayinale idea ukuthi mina ngiyokhuluma enye into hayi le engihleze ngiyikhuluma kuyi.
When she took me there, perhaps she was under the impression that there is something different that I was going to say other than what I had always been saying to her.
Because even now, we statement saying as that before, bumbona ukuthi ufuna ngishintshe le statement indlela ayenza ngayo.
Even pertinent to the statements that I had furnished before or previously, you could see that, or one could see that she actually had a wish for me to change the content of those statements.
Change them to what effect?
Ushintshe kanjani kuze kwenzakaleni okanye kuvelele ini mhlambe?
Njengalento ukuthi nje endlini akungenanga muntu. Akukaze ngishintshe leso statement.
Now, for an example, this point that inside of the house, there's nobody that actually got into the house. That point, I did not change it.
And mina iyangixaka leyo nto. Yazi ngivele ngiphela amandla because lapha endlini ayekho umuntu owumngani wami noma ngathi owayekhona ngaphandle kwaSenzo mhlawumbe ngaba nomjoko. So angazi ukuthi ngaprotect umuntu from lento ngoba ngizogainani mina.
Now, this confuses me and it leaves me hopeless. Right there inside of the house, I cannot say that there was another person which I would say that that person was actually my friend. Safe to say that the person that I knew there was Senzo, and Togo. So I didn't try to protect any person, but the impression that is, or the picture that is being depicted here, it is as though I was protecting somebody there.
So yena bekafuna ukuthi ngibe nestatement sokuthi anginanga umuntu endlini. Afuna ukuthi ngichaze ukuthi ngisho ukuthi yaya nginanga umuntu endlini.
She actually wanted for me to say that there was nobody that got into the house. She wanted me to make part, for me to make the part of the statement that there was nobody that got into the house.
And angisiboni isidingo sokuthi ize ngiqamba amanga ngaleyo nto.
I don't even see a need for me to lie about that.
Angisiboni isidingo sokuthi ize ngiqamba amanga ngaleyo nto. Ngiyithendini anginanga umuntu kungena abantu.
No, I don't even see a need. Why would I lie about that and say that there was nobody that got into the house when knowing very well that there were people out there that got into the house? And furthermore, it was my first time going to that house. My very first time.
So nje ziningi lo mama izinto azenzile. Ziningi izinto azenzile nje ezingekho right.
There's so many things that she did crookedly.
But ngiluthekile mina because ngazi ukuthi uma ngimthatha njengoma ngalutheka ngimtshela everything but angaze ngishintshe statement yami kuyena.
Well, I was then deceived or lured to believe that she was a mother because I took her as a mother.
The important part is, he says he never changed anything.
Angikaze ngishintshe statement ever since aqala istatement zami angikaze ngishintshe ngithi angingenanga umuntu angikaze futhi asoze ngiyoze ngife soze.
I've never changed my statement. I've never changed my statement. The initial statements that I had furnished to it had always been like that. And until such time that I pass on, I will never change my statement. I don't see a need of me lying before this honorable court.
And ngifuna ukucacisa ecourt lokuthi istatement sami sokuthi kwangena abantu endlini bangena abantu endlini soze ngishintshe.
I want to emphasize that very point of my statement that says there's people that got into the house. It is indeed so. I will never change that statement. Indeed, the people got into the house. That's my emphasis.
Right. Mr. Mandela, just a couple of aspects. On the day of the incident, the 26th of October, 2014, you mentioned that alcoholic drinks were bought. Did you partake of any of those alcoholic drinks?
26 is October 2014. Kukhona ke utshwala obathengwa. Ngabe uke wathatha iqhaza khona laphana ephuzeni mhlawumbe lobo tshwala?
Yeah. Yeah, in fact umuntu wayesendlini wonke ngaphandle kwamakheli nenani bekaphuza.
Yes, I partook in that liquor, and in fact, every occupant of the house, except for Kelly's mother and as well as the children, they partook in that alcohol.
What were you drinking, and if so, how many did you drink?
Ubuphuza ini nokuthi uphuze kangakanani? Beniphuza ke utshwala bunjani?
Mina bengiphuze Heineken noSenzo.
Myself and Senzo were drinking Heineken. Engakanani?
Kwakwamakheli nje eHeineken. Shoot mina mhlawumbe ngase ngithathe 3 mangicabanga.
There were Heineken cans. I should estimate that I had already taken 3 of those cans.
And what was the state of your sobriety on the day?
Wena ke mhlawumbe ubutakiwe bungadakiwe?
Ya bengingadaki ukuthi ngidakiwe. Ngeke ngidakwa amakana amathathu.
I wasn't completely drunk. I wouldn't say so. I wouldn't be completely drunk or made completely drunk or intoxicated of the 3 cans of liquor.
Because nalo leli start I don't think lase liphelile.
Even the 3rd can, I don't think it was finished. It was completely consumed.
Are you an occasional drinker or a regular drinker?
Wena ke ungumuntu ophuza ngeenkathi or uvamisile nje ukuthi uphuze ngenjwayelo?
Ngiphuza mangithanda. Makuthanda mina. But ngiyaphuza nje utshwala ukuthi ngiphuza, but ngiphuza mangithanda.
Whenever I feel like consuming liquor, I do. I wouldn't say that I drink regularly, but whenever I want to drink, I do.
And how was visibility on the night in question, the evening in question?
Ngalobo busuku mhlambe ukukhanya bekunjani ukukhanya okwenza ukuthi kubonakale okanye kungabonakali bekunjani?
Bekukhanya.
It was lit. It was lit.
What was the source of light?
Yini into yenza ukuthi kukhanye lapho?
Noma nginayisho ukuthi yini enza kangona TV ayidlala but kwakukhanya nje endlini. Kwakubonakala because kwase kulate.
I cannot point anything in particular as such because even the TV was playing. It was late in the house because it was late already.
Because if bekumnyama bengeke ngimbone umuntu ongenile ukuthi nangu umuntu emla. Bengikwazi ukubona ukuthi bekumnyama.
Now, if it was dark in the house, I wouldn't be able to see that there's a person that has just got into the house. I wouldn't be able to say there is a person standing over there.
You described the shot that you heard whilst you were there in the kitchen. Did you hear any other shots?
Oke wasitathela ke ngokuchuma kwesibhamu ngenkathi nisekishini khona ke okunye ukuchuma okanye ukuchuma okunye kwesibhamu oke wakuzwa.
As for le into yamashot angazi mangaka amashot but ngaye ngezwe i1 angazi mayenga but ngayi le 1 yona yaqhuma kayi 1 yangivala amadlelo sithi ngize ngibalekele ekamereni.
Now
So angeke ngisho ukuthi mangaki.
I cannot say how many of the gunshot sounds took place there. The very first one that deafened my ear is the one, or my ears, sorry. The very first one that deafened my ears, that's the one that I actually heard. Thereafter, I cannot say as to how many gunshots went off, because I then ran into the bedroom.
And when you left the bedroom, did you see where the other persons were? I'm sorry, when you left the kitchen, did you see where the other persons were?
Mawusuka ke ngasekitchen, uyabona ke abanye abantu bona bebekuphi?
Ngizange ngibone ukuthi ubaba because ngabaleka ekamereni.
I did not see the respective positions of people that were inside of the house because I fled into the bedroom.
Ukuthi babaleka bangena kuphi angeke ngikwazi ukusho ukuthi benze njani because ngabaleka ngabashiya like ngawungena ekamereni.
As to whether they fled and they went where, I cannot also say because I ran and got myself into the bedroom. I left them there when I ran into the bedroom.
Now, you say you pointed out accused number 2 as the second suspect who was in the house. You described his clothing, that he had a hoodie. Are you able to describe his features?
Uyawakhomba ke ummangalelo wesibili ukuthi omnye wabantu abangenile okanye abangeneleli abangena khona lapha endlini nokuthi ke ube egqoke ihudi. Kwazile ke ukuphana ke ngencazelo ukuthi ubebuka kanjani.
Usho muphi lo wesibili or
ukhombe accused number 2.
Noma ngeke ngamchaza kakhulu but umuntu oke wambona awukazi udideko yena.
Even though I may not have had a very close reaction with him, but a person that you once saw like that, it's not easy for you to forget them.
Yes. But is there anything perhaps outstanding, anything that you notice about him?
Ngabe khona into egqamile nje eyikhethile ngaye oke wayibona? What I could say that it was a hoodie jacket because when he entered the house, he was having a hoodie on his head.
Yes.
And he was tall.
Compared to lo kuqala wayenza
in comparison with the one that had the dreadlocks.
Yes. What else?
No, Pabunye.
enye into engayinothisa intshebe yakhe la wayenento ngathi ngazibiza ngani la and ekhathe you4 corner enentshebe nafula wayikalela ngayitrinyiwe futhi.
He had a all around the mouth and the chin kind of a beard, and as well as just underneath the lower lip at that bend of the lower lip there was a bit of some hair as well there.
Yes, you said something about trimming.
Yes, I trimmed.
Yeah. It was trimmed around about the mouth and the chin.
Yes, anything else?
No.
Now, for how long were you and Longwe outside to smoke? I'm sorry, you and Togo. For how long were you and Togo outside to smoke?
It wasn't a long time.
10 minutes.
Perhaps about 10 minutes. It wasn't a very long time. It wasn't a very long time outside.
Nanokuthi masibuya ngasangena sasesima ngaphandle futhi. Phambi konyanga wasekitchen.
Futhi masibuya.
Masibuya ngithi saphe mina ngaphandle kwefence. So masibuya sabuya sama lapha phambi kwasekitchen. The Senzo azoma lapha phambi saxoxa lapho.
And further that, upon our return into the yard, we did not go inside of the house. We went and stood just closer to the kitchen door where Senzo also appeared and he stood by the door, by that kitchen door.
And in the total time that you spent outside before re-entering the house, so how long would you say it was more or less?
Senile laphayana usenze senyango
zonke lesikhathi nje mangathiwa mhlawumbe boma 20 minutes or so
sesonke.
sesixoxa la ngwazi saxoxa la ngaphandle kwesimela mhlawumbe boma 20 minutes ekuhlanga ngesikhathi until qamuke lethi sesiyahamba yini.
That could be about 20 minutes at total, from smoking outside and also standing next to the kitchen door there until such time that Kelly also appeared and said that we're now leaving. I'll estimate about 20 minutes.
And how long after having re-entered the house did the two persons enter into the house?
Mase
The
seningenile
two intruders.
seningene endlini kwathatha isikhathi esingakanani ukuthi kungene ke labangenelele about two.
Akubanga isikhathi eside kakhulu.
That as well was not a very long
Because
time.
yenzekile nje was something to 9
It was
from half past kuyale mangisho kahle from half past kuyale to 9.
yeah, that as well did not take a very long time. This happened from 8:30 towards 9 o'clock or going up.
Angibanga nasikhathi kuthi sasingakhuluma ukukhuluma naye.
I don't know how he got there, because we didn't even have time to talk, myself and him.
But when you went outside to smoke, were there any cars outside?
Mawuphuma ke okanye maniphuma ke niyobhema ngaphandle ngabe kwakhona ke imoto ngaphandle.
Yeah, bekhona ipolo elisemva kwemoto yasenzo eli-red.
There was a red Polo which was parked behind Senzo's vehicle.
On the premises or outside the premises?
Ngaphakathi.
Ngaphakathi. Inside of the premises.
And when you took the deceased to hospital after loading him into his vehicle, what happened to that red Polo?
Uma nithatha ke lo mufi nimfaka emotweni we BMW nimisa esibhedlela. Kwenzakaleni ke ngale Polo le ebomvu?
Hayi angazi kwenzakalani ngalo. Angikhumbuli ngiphinde ngilibona nje angikhumbuli. Ngingasho angikhumbuli ngiphinde ngilibona.
I don't know what became of it. I do not remember seeing it again.
Now, you say the deceased's head was resting on you as you were taking him to the hospital. Are you able to say what his state was when you arrived at the hospital?
Uthi-ke umufi ikhanda lakhe beli lele phezu kwakho. Ungakwazi ukusho ukuthi-ke isimo sakhe sempilo ngaleso sikhathi sinimthatha nimsa esibhedlela ukuthi besinjani ubenjani.
Hayi kulokho angeke ngachaza kakhulu lokho ukuthi ube kanjani. Because wonke umuntu bekhuluma naye la emotweni. Because sanikwa nethawulo ukuthi simvale ngathi bona kunethawulo ngathi li light blue nyana. Esanikwa lona li face cloth nje.
No.
Sanikwa simvale ngalo la.
That I wouldn't be able to say exactly what was happening with the deceased or the state of health of the deceased at the time. Because I remember everybody was talking to him, trying to encourage him to stay awake. I remember further that there was a towel, light blue in color, that was then taken out to say that we should use it and place it on his wound.
Now, after the incident, when you eventually went to Melbourne to sleep there, was there any discussion with other persons regarding this, the case, the incident itself?
Manje ke emva kokuthi lesigamelo sehlakale okanye senzeke emva kwalokho kwaba ukuthi seniya kwenzakalani ngabe sesaba khona lesi sikhathi esinjalo.
Yeah, ngicabanga sike saba khona because wafika uyena ubaba lo mfana lo uye wafika waxoxa ke la
Ubaba lo mfana
mfana kaLulongo.
Okay. Yes, I think there was a stage where there was some reflection of the incident, and because I remember that Longo's father arrived, and this matter was then reflected upon in terms of conversations.
Yes, what was discussed?
Kwakhulunywa kwathini?
I think ngiyaqala fika ibuza wabuza ngami kuyena ke bamchazela ukuthi umncane kaSenzo lo Dumelo.
I think the first thing that he actually inquired about was myself. And then Kelly and them informed him that this is Senzo's friend, Dumelo.
Then abunye ile nto ukuthi ambuza uCheck ukuthi akafuni ukuthi aye eholding yena uKelly ahambe. So I think kwaba ingane ke problem.
Now the other thing that he wanted to establish, and I'm referring to Chico himself, that to Kelly, he said that wouldn't you want to go on a holiday? And I remember during that time she had a child, so she couldn't accept that offer.
Now, mention in these proceedings have been made of a person by the name of Soweto Mandlazi. Do you know that person?
Kukhona lelo gama ke Soweto Mandlazi. Uyamazi lo muntu lo?
Yeah, ngiyamazi.
Yes, I know him.
Yes.
I know Soweto Mandlazi.
Can you explain to the court how you know him?
Ungacela inkantolo ukuthi umazi kanjani lo Soweto Mandlazi?
Ngimazi ngoSifiso Meyiwa.
I know him through Senzo Meyiwa.
Yes, and you've already said Senzo Meyiwa is the deceased brother.
Also kushilo lokho ke uthi uSifiso ongu mfoka bo mufyanisho. That's correct.
Yes.
Wafika naye ekhaya ni sahlala nabedani ngisaxoxa ke
Amuka wafika enaye.
wafika noSifiso ekhaya is
Ubani?
uSoweto lo Mandlazi.
Okay. Soweto Mandlazi came with Sifiso at home.
So wangitshela ukuthi uzobe bangichazela ukuthi lo mfethu uzobenza incwadi ngoSenzo.
And then told me that this a particular brother of mine is going to be authoring or doing an autobiography pertaining Senzo.
So wacela ukuthi ke ngimsize ke because mina bengiclose noSenzo. So ngisho yonke into nje ekukhuleni kwethu ingozi uzokwenza incwadi. So ngamtshela ngale nto yokukhula kwethu into ebesizenza nami nazo.
And then he inquired about how we grew up, the growing up of Senzo, and I told him how we grew up together, myself and Senzo.
Yes.
Ngokuhamba kwesikhathi ukuthi angazi kahle ukuthi because lesikhathi saSoweto saqondana nalesikhathi sakaButhelezi. So
Now, I don't know exactly how things happened there, because this Soweto's time or interaction coincided with that of Buthelezi.
because beku 2019 nangaleso sikhathi befika kumina.
Because it was 2019 even at the time that they came to me.
Yes.
So ngabona sekubhalwe ezinye izinto emaphepheni manje engingazikhulumanga nalo Soweto.
Now, I then observed some things that were written on the papers, things which I did not even divulge to Soweto.
Yes.
Then mangibona lezo zinto ne. So sa decide ukuthi ngeke because nomthoko I think wayekhona kuleyo nto kwakhiwa kwalencwadi le. Since naye umngani wethu. So masibona lezo zinto lezi eshiwe lo Soweto lo wakhona. Sa end up asibona lezi zinto ayibhala la kusizinto lesizisho kuyo. Kwamele ukuthi sambe somvulela icase.
Now, when we realize that there are things that were written there, things which we did not furnish this Soweto man, because I think even Togo as well agreed with me. He could see that there were certain things that were put in that material that he had authored, and which we disagreed with. And we then decided that we should then go and lay a charge against him, because these are things that we never said to him.
The mention in these proceedings has also been made of a documentary that was flighted on Netflix that was produced by 1010 Films. Do you know anything about that?
Yes.
Ngabe khona ukwaziyo ngalokho with Netflix documentary 1010 Films.
Yes, khona ngikwazi. Before lapho ngesiqale kuyena lo Soweto. Angimazi ukuthi incwadi wayenzela ukuthi ithengiswe just because of imali or wayenzela cause abantu bayithenga manje ibhalwe into engekho yonke le yancwadi.
Now, before we get to that, I don't know what was this Soweto's intentions pertaining the authoring of that book. Whether did he author that book so that it can be bought, or was he intending to generate some sales on that book that he had generated? Ngoba uthi kwenza kalani?
Azikho izinto ezibhalwe kule yancwadi ezake zashiwa yini ezikuyona le yancwadi.
Because there's nothing that is inside, or the content of that book has got nothing to do with what I had told him.
Yes.
Because ngafika ekhaya ngamtshela ngokukhulwa kwami noSenzo up until ngizofika kule incident eyenzeka khona lapha eForce.
Because when he arrived at home, I narrated to him about how myself and Senzo grew up together, up until such time that we got to the stage of that incident that transpired in Flores.
Yes.
So ngaxakeka mase kuthiwa there were no intruders ngathula ngathi hayibo.
I got confused when it was now said that there were no intruders. I got confused.
Which means umuntu onale yancwadi kusho unencwadi engekho because yonke into ayibhale lapha ayikho.
That means that the person that is in possession of that book is actually in possession of an item that is worthless. It's as good as not having a book in their possession, because whatever it is that is written inside of that book, it's not true, or it's not there. It's worthless. Netflix.
Yeah, I documentary ngayenza.
I did a documentary.
Nayo ngiyenza ngoba kufike uSifiso ekhaya Sifiso Meyiwa kwaphinde wafika uSiya lo akubukazini wakhe. Bengicela ukuthi ngenze le documentary.
And what actually motivated me or compelled me to do it is the fact that Sifiso came together with Siya, the cousin. They came and tried to beseech me to do that documentary or become a part of that documentary.
And abafikanga ngosuku olulodwa.
And they did not all come on the same day.
Waqale kwafika uSifiso kwase kufika uSiya.
The first person that came was Sifiso. Thereafter came Siya.
Yes.
ngase because babefuna nezithombe futhi izithombe nganginazo kwi-camera yami khona i-camera bengihlezi ngihamba naso babefuna nezithombe ke zami noSenzo ezikule camera.
Now they also were looking for the photographs that were in my camera. There's a camera that I would usually be traveling around with, which depicted myself and Senzo on the pictures. They also wanted those photographs that were there.
Yes.
So after sengiyenzile sekufike bonayo ngavuma ukuyenza lelo because babefika labantu ukuqala ngaqala nganqaba kwaze bafika omunye ngagcina sengivumile ke nami.
Now, I eventually gave in to their request or to their pleadings. They kept on coming, so they persuaded me. Eventually, I gave in to it.
Yes.
Sagcina ngagcina ngiyenzile ke i-documentary nalabantu base-1010 film.
So
ngabanika naley'thombe ke saba ne-agreement kuzona.
now I then eventually became part of that documentary, and there was an agreement that was drawn that has to do also with the photographs, which they requested of me that I should, finish them with.
And the role that you played in the documentary, is it different from the evidence that you gave today?
Iqhaza walidlala lapha mhlambe ke iqhaza elihlukene nobufakazi obulethela enkantolo.
Hayi akukho kuhlule because bangenzisa the very same thing engayenza mhla ngiya kuSenzo.
No, there isn't any difference there, because they led me to do what I did on the day when I went to Senzo.
Now, finally, Mr. Madlala, have you ever attended an identity parade where the accused were present?
Ngabe ikhona ikhomba parade oke waya kuyo lapho abamangalelwa ababekhona kuyo?
Ayikho.
No, there isn't.
When was the very first opportunity that you saw the accused?
Ithuba lakho lokuqala lokuthi ubone abamangalelwa la enkantolo kwaba nini? Kwaba lenze kanini?
Lenzeka ngifika la ecourt.
The very first time that I saw the accused persons was here at court. It happened here at court.
When was that?
Bekunini?
Noma ngasayikhumbula i-date but last time ngifika nje la ecourt because ngaba mina i-witness yokuqala engangisendlini engafika ngazotestify ngalelo langa ke lelo.
On that very day, because I was the first witness that had access to the house that came to testify before this honorable court. And I cannot remember the date though. I cannot remember the date though. But it was on that day.
No. You've already pointed out accused number 2 as the second suspect who was in the house. What enabled you to recognize him as a person who was in the house?
Usuke wamkhomba ke lo mangalelo wesibini njengomnye wabantu bebekhona laphana endlini abangeneleli. Ngasho ke khona kanjani ukuthi ungamkhomba ukuthi uyena?
Njengoba ngithi makunalelo khuze khona endlini. USenzo khathe impress embambe izandla zombambe ngesandla zoku2 zakhe lesandla sala. Ngasondela mina ngizoshaya kuyena.
Now, as I have already indicated earlier, that Senzo, with both of his hands, got hold of his upper arm and pinned him against the wall. And there's a demonstration that the upper arm was sort of pinned in a crucifixion manner, and that both of the arms, or both of the hands of Senzo, were on the upper arms. And then at that time, that's when I also went and threw my blows against him. Threw the blows against the intruder.
Nanokuthi ke umuntu makwambona unzima ukuthi ungakwazi ukumbona mase umbona kunzima ukuthi ungangambona umuntu uma wambona before especially lesithi ngeke ungakwazi ukumbona.
Now further, that if you once saw a person and you happen to see the person again, it would be difficult for you not to recognize this person when you see them the second time around.
Is there anything specific perhaps that enabled you to recognize him?
Ngabe khona into ethize mhlawumbe ekhethile enza ukuthi ukwazi ukumbona okanye ukukhumbula ukuthi uye lo?
Angeke ngize ngichaze kakhulu kulokho but ngiyambona ukuthi yena angithi ngayenza i-debate yokuqala azange ngibone mina why ke manje ngizosukela yena if bengangayingani le debate ngidilo ngikhomba umuntu ongekho ngiyambona kahle yena ukumbona.
Now I saw him clearly. I cannot give an ample explanation as to why am I saying that it was him. Isn't it so that I went to an ID parade and I could say that there isn't any person that I'm recognizing on the lineup of people that were at the ID parade? Why would I then point at the wrong person when knowing very well this is a wrong person? It is for that matter that when I saw him, when I got an opportunity to see him again, I was then able to say, it is him.
And now uyakwazi.
And even he himself knows that. It doesn't mean that he doesn't know. He knows it. He knows it very, very well.
What does he know? You say he was actually.
The reason why I'm saying that is because the distance, the closeness, or the range, or the proximity that we had, myself and him, it is not going to be true to say that he did not see me. He wouldn't say that he didn't see me, because I was able to see him as well.
And this police officer that you mentioned, that you regarded as a mother, do you know if there was a second docket that was opened?
Yabona leli phoyisa othi wena umbuka ububona umama uyakwazi ukuthi mhlambe kwaba ke ne docket lesibili
indaba lo muntu nesikhathi ukudlala lo mama ngiyalazi le docket elivuliwe ngiyalazi ngangezwe ngayo.
Well, you see, where this person is concerned, I would say that she's got time to play. She's got some time for games. I know about that document. Sorry, that docket.
Ngifuna ngasebenza lelo docket ave ngangijabule azochaza kahle yonke le nto elapha ukuthi uyenze kanjani.
If work could be done on that docket, I'd really be happy for her to come and explain how did it come about that she compiled that docket. Really, I can't wait to have her explain how did it come about that she put that contents of the docket the way that she did.
Thank you, my lord. That is all.
What's the time?
10 to 3.
It's 10 to 3.
Can you start now? I think my lord can start tomorrow. I think this is science.
Hayi mayifuna ukuqhubeka ngeze kulungile. Angeze.
Okay, listen.